troppa.
Sorry, I'm from you're Paul. Ah, thanks for Paul. This is Matt. Yeah, it's you made it a lot. No, it's of course, yeah. So far?
Aye, just fine. Everything's working. Good morning. Thank you all for coming. My name is Matt Lloyd and I'm the director of Glasgow Short Film Festival. I'm very excited to all of you here for what should be a fascinating session. About 9 months ago, when I was desperately thinking what on earth we were going to do with the festival this year, I'm not the most technologically switched on person in the world, but I was gradually becoming aware of this virtual thing called Doodah that all these big important festivals unlike ours were spending a lot of time and effort and energy looking into. And it seemed like maybe we should. I'm really quite ambivalent about virtual reality in terms of filmmaking and storytelling, and I really didn't know where I sat with it, and was it something we wanted to do at all? But I talked to a lot of people who knew a lot more about it, who were extremely helpful, like Damien from ISO, Will Cavendish from Pufferfish, who may be here, Johnny Knox from Soluis, and also Nick Higgins, who is far less ambivalent about it than me, I think. And all these people sort of helped me find a way towards exploring it in the Short Film Festival. What we want to do with the festival is always to try and push beyond any kind of convention of what people think short film is, and it seems to me that at the moment virtual reality and storytelling has some connections with the short film format, and so we thought it would be a great opportunity to explore that. I'm delighted that Nick was far less ambivalent about it than me, and was keen to get stuck in, because without him none of this really would have happened, and all the expertise who are going to be brought out in front of you today down to Nick's hard work and connections. And so I'd like to thank Nick, I'd like to thank University of West Scotland, Creative Media Academy, and also to the MeCCSA Practice Network for supporting the event. And without further ado, I'll pass over to Nick.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, it's true, we started plotting a while ago. I was in the process of making our post-production of our first 360 virtual reality film that we've been producing with ISO. And so it was a really pertinent question to me at the time about what this form is. And so Matt and I had quite a few discussions really about whether or not it's best understood as a challenge in terms of storytelling and narrative, or really virtual reality is better understood as an experience. And that sort of is the big question of the day, especially for a short film festival, and certainly for a lot of short film makers. You know, what is this form? What can I do with it? And in the process of programming for the VR cinema, which is down at Joytown Grand Electric Theatre, Joytown Grand Electric Theatre, or Reardon Snooker Hall, you can see a programme of which there are 6 VR films plus 3 artist VR films, and Debbie and Dennis, who will be talking later, have also created this absolutely fantastic virtual movie house that you go into. And as Matt and I swapped headsets over a period of time looking at different VR projects, we kept on asking ourselves these sorts of questions. You know, how does it play out, let's say, for a documentary? How does it work for drama? Does it seem to work better for performance? And that, in a sense, has given rise to the format of today's symposium. It's effectively broken down to 3 panels, one of which is, broadly speaking, industry, the first one. The second, in many ways, is really institutions, which says a lot, really, about who has the resource to even fund VR these days. And the third is practitioners. And I'm delighted that I think every film that's in the VR movie house has a representative here today. So the ideal, if you haven't been yet, certainly after today, you should head down to the movie house and watch that whole programme. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first panel. I've given it the title of Immersive Futures, and I've asked each of the participants not only to talk a wee bit about their own work, but the direction of travel they see VR going in. I mean, pretty much every week there's a new development in virtual reality and 360 filmmaking, and it's very difficult to keep up. But if anyone knows where it's at in VR, it's the 4 speakers that we've got coming up today. So we have Damien Smith, who's the creative director of ISO Design Digital Studio, and we have Paul Chapman, who's the acting head of the School of Simulation and Visualisation from the Glasgow School of Art. We have Jack Cable-White, who's the digital development executive at UWS Scotland, and Greg Williamson, who's senior VR and creative consultant from Soluis. But first I'm going to ask Damien to come up and present the first presentation. The way we're going to do it is each speaker gets roughly 15 to 20 minutes to do a presentation, and then we'll all come together and we'll have a half-hour Q&A. So please bank your questions as they go along if the next speaker doesn't answer them, and we'll return to the audience after the presentations. Okay, so thank you all for coming.
Podium. I think today looks like a fantastic mix of speakers we've got, and I'm really looking forward to the sessions, certainly for the industry session this morning. I'm Damien from ISO Design. We've been doing immersive projects, interactive, big film installations, for just over 10 years now. So it's kind of quite interesting to see there is clearly lots of interest at the moment around immersive work, now that we're looking at head-mounted displays. A lot of the principles I think we've been developing are mainly projects for cultural clients, Eiffel Tower, Tate, St. Paul's and so on. Parallel that very directly to what I think a lot of people are doing at the moment in VR and 360 filmmaking. And I thought I would maybe touch on a few of those, but one thing that kind of struck me as I was stepping through a couple of sample projects is that rather than looking to the future, I think maybe we should be looking to the past, because it strikes me that a lot of the principles we're wrestling with as creatives in this medium have been wrestled with previously, and we're dealing with a lot of tried and tested approaches and principles. And I'll touch on those very lightly as I go, so there'll be a little bit of a mini history lesson wrapped up in here as well. So, immersive work. We do kind of big things like the Titanic experience in Belfast. The centrepiece of that is a big multi-screened installation. You walk in, it's very, very physical. It's all at one-to-one scale. Now, if you were commissioning this now, this is maybe about 5 years old, you would be having the conversation about why isn't this VR? And I think there's a lot of very important reasons why it's not VR, and why it is in fact a cave. Now, caves were developed in the early 90s, and these were a reaction against the very first wave of VR and head-mounted displays, which lots of people had issues with motion sickness, with power, with resolution, with the weight of these things, with the fact it was a solitary experience. All of which sounds kind of familiar to me. So I think we're still wrestling with the same problems here. But the caves became a form in which groups of people could experience immersive media. And these were very simply rear projected tubes that you would stand in. And from that they developed industrial simulators by a fake space. And these are still used in a lot of very, very high-end engineering contexts. For Titanic, we were tasked with creating a flight through the Titanic from the engine rooms right up to the top deck. And that means creating these photorealistic CGI environments. All were generated from the original drawings, plans, pattern books of carpets, the whole thing. But one thing you'll see straight away that you'll be familiar with if you've shot any VR stuff or created any VR CGI work is the film format you're dealing with. Incredibly wide aspect ratio here. So these are the frames that we're actually putting out and we're wrapping around the audience. So straight away as a director you're dealing with a very interesting challenge in terms of where do you direct the audience, where is their point of interest and so on. What it does give you is a very, very, literally a very immersive space. It's a room-sized environment which up to 30 people can experience a VR linear show. It could be interactive. A lot of the early caves were interactive. We found in this context, because of the requirement to keep this photorealistic, that we would keep it as a linear experience. But, you know, tried and tested principles. So this is what I remember VR being in the early 90s. It was all Mondo 2000 and Are You a Cyberpunk? And, you know, that was all kind of very exciting. And I was looking forward to jumping into a Cybermind VR gym. Never made it to Scotland. Neither did the Nintendo Virtual Boy, unfortunately, but maybe the first kind of consumer level head-mounted display. Pulled, unfortunately, in Japan due to issues around sickness and issues with vision. This was my first experience of VR. This was Lloyd, the techno-dentist, who used to be around on Bath Street, and he would give you the option of watching a movie in stereo vision while you're having your teeth done, or a live video feed of the work he was doing. So it wasn't quite the immersive, exhilarating experience I was hoping for, but that's where we were, and this is where we are now. This was the premiere of Jesus VR, the Story of Christ, at Venice last year. And I find this kind of quite weird. It's kind of assisted solitude. It's a very, very strange experience. I'm sure you'll find this if you go to the VR cinema. I was at the Bjork show in London, and there were more attendants getting me into position and making sure my headphones were on and that the headset was playing back than there were members of the audience. So there are some big technical challenges here if we're thinking of VR purely in terms of head-mounted displays. Anyway, moving on. This is what we use it for. We visualize imagined places and we visualize intangible. So we use VR. I'm going to show you two quick projects where it's part of our workflow. It's not necessarily the end result, but it's part of the workflow. First is Al Salam Palace. We're working on in Kuwait City at the moment. We are basically doing giant cycloramas. And as I'm sure you're all aware, these were first launched in Edinburgh, 1792. And this was an English painter who was trying to find ways of presenting these massive panoramic paintings he was doing. This is a painting he did of Carlton Hill. He actually ended up building a dedicated panoramic theatre in London, which was a massive hit, and he made a huge amount of money. This is the thing, and it's fantastic. You have two panoramas there in the centre of this building. You have a central light well, people will stream in, and in many ways, a lot of what we do in the 360 and the VR, we are recreating what they were doing in the 1790s. So let's bear that in mind in terms of what we're trying to produce out in Kuwait. These are the orientation plans, and if any of you shot any 360 plates, it kind of all looks very familiar. So that was us 215 years ago. So what can we learn from the kind of panoramas? Well, this project is a destroyed palace. It was destroyed during the Kuwaiti invasion. The Iraqi invasion, sorry. The Iraqis actually turned it into a torture centre. So for the Kuwaitis, it's a kind of real major national symbol. The rejuvenation of this building is a symbol of the rejuvenation of the country. So what we're trying to do here is not only do augmented reality to try and imagine what it was, to help us to digitally recreate this, but also to kind of present to the client what a series of new media installations are going to be in this space. So that doesn't tell a client a great deal. That doesn't tell a client a great deal. This is all being renovated. So very simply, We're taking initial storyboards. We're creating animatics, as you would with any kind of big media project, and presenting some CGI. So this is quite a common way of working, in that we're taking what is going to be 13 HD projections, which will wrap around this massive central space to create a 360. We're mapping that into a CGI model based on the architect's plans. That's quite standard. But what you find very difficult here is to get over that sense of spatiality. This is a massive space, and I want to know what's happening over my shoulder, or I want to know if I'm on a level below, can I actually see that film there? So rather than rendering off lots of POVs, what we do is we just create previs, and this is all in VR. So this is a live Unity model. You can see these little kind of teleport areas. If you stare at one of those, you'll bring up the little icon, tap your headset, and it will take you to that point. So we can embed a whole series of prime points of interest for the client. They can, in fact, jump around the interior. They can check how the media is playing out. And once you actually put this on, we've actually tried this in the space, and we've aligned all our models with the actual physical space. It is incredibly realistic. You literally do get that sense you're in an 80-foot high room, and there's a wall 40 feet away, and there's film wrapping all around you. We've kind of extended that out more. This is one of the big meeting rooms that we have here. And this is trying to explain how a whole series of video map tables, films will look when you're in the space. And again, when you look at the work site, which is the palace at the moment, you don't really get a sense of how these things will play out. But the beauty of the VR is not only can we stand in the room with the client and say that's where your film will go, that's what your tables will look like, but we can send them previews and updates of this work from the UK. So they will fire up their Gear VR, they'll sit in their office or go down on site, and they can see where we're at with the project. This is another room we're doing where it's a kind of a long video projected corridor with it's a massive media plate. It's 7 HD frames to create one massive film. Animation by Will Anderson, some of you'll know, a really talented Edinburgh-based animator. But again, this allows us to literally put the client in the space. And as the project develops, we'll then start to add lighting effects, 3D sound, and we can in effect virtually previs the whole experience without actually having to set up on site. Here's another one. So this is the second project. Intangibles. I think VR is really great for intangible stuff. This is a project we did last year to create the UK's first data dome, our first planetarium project down in Bristol. But again, looking back a ways, it reminded me a lot of this work from NASA's Ames Research Centre. This was all mid-80s to the early 90s, and really became the precursor for what we understand as the standard VR approach now. Probably more developed than a lot of the early things like Ivan Sutherland was doing. Here they were introducing things like 3D sound, the data glove that we'll remember from Mondo 2000. But the idea of this project was how could you create a remote control system for the space shuttle. Sorry, it wasn't the space shuttle then, it was the space station. How you could work with telesensing, telepresencing. And this is maybe a little bit of a dry run about what the future of VR might be. Personally, I'm not quite sold on the pure entertainment route, but I think when you can get into things like teleworking, telepresencing, that's when it gets really interesting. And in areas like education, health, could have a really, really major impact. But back to the data dome. So the challenge here was domes are kind of quite weird. Again, they're a bit like creating a VR project. You're using spherical media, but they're massive. They have very, very idiosyncratic projection equipment based on guys who created American weapons systems. So it's kind of quite a challenge to get in there and work out what would a graphic experience be using live data. It's a 100-seater cinema, and these guys are positioned inside that big spherical dome. One of the things we found quite interesting on this is that we weren't short of data. No one's short of data nowadays, are they? We've got data everywhere. The problem is data is not very interesting, and the people who handle data think it is. And the more we waded through 258 data sets, the more we realised it's not about data at all. This will be obvious to you guys, it's about stories. It's about how do we extract stories from in amongst all those numbers in a way that's going to connect with the general public. So what we end up doing is like a very traditional film production. We work through the data analytics, we tease out the stories, and we start to storyboard it. We were tasked with delivering 2 pieces of media for this. One was a live interactive, again another big, in effect, a giant Unity model, a live 3D model of Bristol, into which they could plug any of those data streams, and we would see it visualized in real time. The second one was in effect a trailer for what could this be in the future. If you could get your hands on this center, what data would you want to put into it? So we created a short film, 6 chapters around things like transport, health, social mobility. You'll do your usual explorations. This was quite interesting that we had to look at what works graphically and what doesn't work graphically in a dome environment. It's actually quite weird working on a spherical piece of media of which, even though it's wrapped all the way around you, people are only really looking at that bit. And you'll find this again with a lot of VR work you do. You are recording the whole sphere of information. People generally are looking at that bit because we are used to this peripheral view. So this was kind of an interesting challenge in that how do you deliver information primarily here whilst also being aware of what's happening literally behind your head and above you. So obligatory shot of a guy sat at a desk with a VR headset on. So this is Tom, who's one of our senior designers. And the only way of actually getting your head around creating graphics, getting the information in there, is literally to be in that space. So another interesting thing we found is that people can't handle doing that for very long. So the ideas of people sitting down to watch VR feature films, I think, is a bit optimistic. We found people could handle about half an hour or so working intently in a VR space. But basically, working on animation timelines, 3D builds, we are then checking that constantly within a spherical environment and seeing how that's playing. I've been to a lot of talks recently where people will talk about VR and say it's not about technology. This is something that's all about story. And every experience is about story. A zombie first-person shoot 'em up is about story. Experimental theatre is about story. VR and any kind of major immersive thing is about technology as well as the story. There is no quick fix at the moment. There is no point-and-shoot solution we found to do high-quality VR and 360 work. That's just an example of the range of software and plugins we had to kind of pull together to deliver the dome. So it's not a painless path, and I kind of look at it as maybe like the early days of cinema, where the guys who were shooting the films were also building the cameras. So we're at that stage where it's almost like the engineers are also the directors. That will change, as we know, as technology gets easier to use, but at the moment, don't underestimate the technical demands on the workflows around capture and post-production. And this is the environment the guys are working in. You're in a 5-camera setup. That's then being wrapped around a sphere. So a straightforward, panoramic still ends up like this. It's like you're playing with snooker balls all day and trying to make some sense of how you're going to animate and cut around that. Anyway, we get that done. We start to map in some live visuals, experimenting with old school stuff. Fisheye cameras, putting a big old fisheye lens on the front, something you've probably not used since the 1960s in a record sleeve. Embedding live data into city maps. There's a lot of great open source data sources out there now where you can model most cities. And this is a little screen cap of part of the Unity simulation. So in here, almost like a reversal of a normal VR, you'll have a guy at the front of the room with an Xbox controller and a room full of 100 people, and he takes you for a wee little ride around the city. And embedded in this map are a whole load of data stories that you'll trigger via proximity. So we have stories like, we've mapped every Banksy in the city. It is Bristol after all, so we need Banksy in there. It's pulling in live social media themes, Flickr feeds. We're getting live data on things like air quality, social mobility, and so on. So this is kind of quite a weird experience to be stood in the middle of this thing and you are driving a 100-seater full dome at 4K. The follow-up movie, which is the simpler kind of trailer, I'll just play out a couple of minutes of this, and this is it in situ.
We are the living city. Like any living system, our city changes with time of day and season. Complex cycles of nature and patterns of human interaction. Using digital technology, we take the city's pulse.
Something interesting we found while we're exploring this section was you expect you're in a cylindrical or spherical space. By playing with the geometry of that, here we could get a sense that you're in a cube. So there's lots of strange little happy accidents start to emerge.
Considering the health of Bristol's lungs, the air in our parks, gardens and streets. Invisible patterns of behaviour revealed to help us strengthen.
And one thing we found when you're working with scale, big simple things work very well. So that's just a bit of physics animation, the numbers are being squirted in at one end, the graphics are being created in real time, but you just let a whole load of balls just collapse around a big dome. It's going to get interesting. Same thing with a lot of the social stuff we're doing. We're trying some techniques, extracting time slice sequences of films, and then also pulling in social media, and it wraps you in this crazy kind of coupler of media that spins around you.
The digital cityscape reflects back how we all feel. Happiness, frustration, hope.
So domes aren't new. Like maybe a lot of the other stuff I've just touched on, none of this is new. And I think looking back the ways, a lot of what those early explorations were looking at, the issues they were wrestling with, the early pioneers of VR and immersive work, I think that is maybe one of our main indicators about where things are going to go. Worry less about what Oculus Rift are pushing out or what Facebook are about to launch. At the end of the day, it's about how people experience these things. And one thing about VR and immersive stuff, it is a very physical experience. And people don't change that much, no matter what technology is out there, they're not changing that much. So let's look backwards to look forwards. Thank you.
From BBC Scotland. Hello. So that was very impressive. What you're going to see is very typically BBC, and there'll be lots of bullet points and text fonts. So it's quite an interesting thing coming to an event like this as a representative of the BBC, because I think our role in VR is quite different in so much as the struggle that we have constantly is we want to do interesting experiments, but also we want to get content out to an audience. So the thing that we run into constantly is what's the most interesting content that we can get out to the widest audience. And I think you'll probably see that as we go through this. So first of all, what I wanted to do very quickly was just to sort of run through what we've been doing within BBC Scotland. And so probably over the last 18 months at BBC Scotland, we've been doing quite a sort of guerrilla-style activity around shooting 360 video. Now, as a broadcaster, that makes sense for us because the thing that we have, probably our killer advantage against lots of other places, is we get access to interesting spaces and interesting venues. So we've done 360 videos at the Edinburgh Military Tattoo, and we've done them from inside our studios. We've been at Tea in the Park, all sorts of lovely places. But within that, it's been quite a lean operation. There's generally a couple of people who go out there with a camera, try and position it in the correct place, and essentially what we're presenting back to the audience is an experiential thing of an event that took place rather than a narrative. We're now just starting to, I would say, develop that a bit more, and we've been doing a very interesting project with the Scottish Ballet, which is part of the package I think you guys can see here, and also I know that Scottish Ballet are going to be talking about this in more detail later on. It's a great project, but I'm not going to say anything else about that right now. I'll leave that to those guys. So for us, the big challenge is how do we get our content out in front of audiences? So with the 360 world, obviously the easiest thing to do for us is to publish it into spaces where our audience can get to it very easily. The two obvious places are on YouTube and on Facebook. Now the advantage of putting something out on YouTube is it means that most people, if they have some kind of smartphone device, can then at least put it into a Google Cardboard and get some kind of 360 experience. Actually, what we found to date is we do far better business when we just publish directly into Facebook timelines. So, for example, this was a lovely 360 film that we did at the Edinburgh Military Tattoo. You can see it got about 2,600 views on YouTube, whereas we actually, in the end, got more than 250,000 views on Facebook. The big downside to having it on Facebook, of course, is that means that people are interacting and looking at their phones in that way. But nonetheless, it comes back to the challenge that we are always struggling with, which is how do we get our content out to the widest audience possible? And so that, to me, is an obvious trade-off for that kind of content for us right now. Now, we've done quite a lot of work within our research and development parts of the BBC, as have other places around the world. And actually, what we found is that there's, in terms of broadcasters, there's far more activity going on in VR and 360 space within public service broadcasters rather than commercial broadcasters. So if you take a look at what Sky's doing, Sky does release quite a lot of 360 video stuff, but again, it's predominantly what they're doing is they're putting cameras at the side of football pitches and that kind of stuff. What they're not really doing is experimenting with the medium. And in actual fact, there isn't a lot in the broadcast world in terms of experimentation that's going on. So we did some work earlier on the year talking to some other public service broadcasters around the world, a lot of them in Europe, and there is a shared interest amongst that community around creating interesting content. But there are challenges. So why would public service broadcasters do this? Well, they can do it if the VR or 360 content fits in with stuff that they're already doing, so it makes sense around their broadcast material. It has to be free at the point of delivery, so therefore everything that we put out as a BBC we do not charge for, and that's the same for other PSBs. And we also need to be able to justify why we're putting this stuff out. So what does it do? How does it increase the value of the proposition? So if we offer you up a 360 version of the military tattoo, can we say that justifiably increases the audience members' appreciation of that event? And then again, this predominant challenge, which is reaching large audiences in a cost-effective way and with that low barrier to entry. So how can we get this content out to as many people as possible? So today, probably quite predictably, the main focus in terms of this sort of work across PSBs has been on 360 video, and it predominantly sits with the following genres. So there's been quite a lot of 360 video that's been published as part of news and journalism, so we can see that there's some work going on in RAI in Italy, for example. Natural history also seems like a good fit, and the BBC's invested quite a lot of investment in producing interesting natural history VR. Music and entertainment, and so that's the whole thing about trying to make you feel as if you're actually at the event. That's, again, pretty straightforward. As I say, we did some stuff at Tea in the Park, place some cameras on stage, capture that, turn it around, publish it as quickly as you can to the audience. Talk shows and sport. And actually, again, at BBC Scotland, we did some experimental coverage of sport with the League Cup final last year. And actually, our view in terms of sport right now is that that's actually very difficult. And unless you can get a camera somewhere on the pitch, which you can't really do, then generally speaking, the experience to the audience is that you're standing on the touchline looking at something that looks very far away. But nonetheless, for other types of sport, perhaps boxing, I think it works slightly better. So that's 360 VR. When we actually then start thinking about computer-generated VR trials, there's a little bit that's going on. There's some computer-generated VR stuff that's been done in journalism. So there's a project that's called We Wait. And also around storytelling. So there's another project that I've put up here called The Turning Forest. Now the thing that you'll note about both of these is that these have been produced by the BBC. And in talking to my colleagues across the BBC and in R&D, we're actually not aware of any other mainstream broadcaster who is creating CG VR content at the moment. So as far as we know, it really is just the BBC as the mainstream broadcaster who's doing that right now. Nonetheless, we recognise, and our colleagues and other PSBs also recognise, that VR does offer something to broadcasters, which is very interesting. And so this is kind of our checklist of what we think it offers. And I think that's pretty much self-evident, but what I would ask you to do is to focus on the last point there, which is the conveying a sense of place, scale and experience, for which we think that VR works across all the genres in which we're looking to use it at the moment. And to me, I think that's probably one of the most important things about VR for people like the BBC at the moment. And particularly some of the stuff we've done in natural history. We produced a very nice VR project with David Attenborough, essentially looking at dinosaurs. And if you look at that on a headset, the thing that you get from that experience that you can't get from any other experience is that sense of scale, of how big that creature actually is as it's moving around you. So the experiential stuff, I think, for broadcasters is key to how we might use VR going forward. Storytelling is the thing, and Damien mentioned it, I think probably everyone's going to mention it. And obviously for the BBC, storytelling is the big thing that we care about with VR. And certainly within some of the trials that we've done in terms of just trying to capture activity that's ongoing, we recognise that it isn't just enough to go somewhere and put a camera in a spot and hope to capture something interesting. So there are various challenges that we've identified that we've are now considering and trying to iterate on how we actually produce VR and 360 content. So the first one, of course, is how you place the viewer at the centre of activity and what that means around new approaches to storytelling. So there's an example of a piece that's been done by VRT, which is called Riot's War Oil. So where do we position the viewer and how do we address them as well? So in that particular film, the approach is to actually address you directly as if you're actually in the space. Another challenge is around interaction, presence and agency. So not only do people have an expectation of being in a scene, but they also want to be able to interact with that. And so this, again, is a BBC project. This is a thing called Home, which is a spacewalk experience for the HTC Vive. And what we do there is we use the controllers on the HTC Vive to allow you to try and move around the space station. But again, for broadcasters, this whole notion around what is the active role that we give the user within this is an interesting challenge, particularly when what you're trying to do is to tell a story, and effectively what you're saying to the user is you can go in and play around and kind of do what you want in the environment. So how do you do that and still tell a story? That's definitely a challenge. And then coming off the back of that is this whole thing about how do we direct attention. And so obviously the thing that you can't do in VR is you can't control where people look. So what you can do is you can try and influence where people look. And there are lots of techniques that we can use for that. And this is an example of some of the techniques that we can utilise. So this was a project that we produced, which was called Inside the Large Hadron Collider. And you can see that by the positioning of graphics, we're able to try and direct people's gaze. I think probably a sort of broader takeaway that we've had from our experimentations in VR and 360 at the moment is that we stand to learn quite a lot from theatre makers. And actually, when you think about the challenges of live theatre and how directors make you look at the appropriate part of the stage when you've got a reasonably wide vista. So things around lighting, the way that characters are positioned to try and direct the user. Those are the sort of techniques that we can learn quite a lot from. And then the whole thing about navigation. So probably everybody here in the room will know this, but if you're in a 360 or a VR experience, it's very quickly nausea-inducing if your viewpoint starts to move, without you knowing. So again, we've done some work into that, and how do we get people around a location? So there are techniques such as what we call the blink cut. So if we have you in a particular scenario and we want to move you around, then we will cut you from location A to location B, but in the process we'll bring the shutters down in that way, so it mimics actually a blink. This is a short video that's been produced by NHK, and actually what they've done there is they've been able to set up a kind of narrative conceit, which is actually you're in a wheelchair, which I think then helps the user because you get a narrative reason why you're actually not in a stationary position. Now, the other thing that is probably a big question for broadcasters, particularly when we're talking about things like live events, sport or music, is should we be broadcasting 360 live? By and large, actually, we don't think so. But there are some events that we think work well live. And in actual fact, this New Year, for the first time in London, we broadcast a live 360 from the Thames of the fireworks. So that was quite an interesting experiment. It had reasonable engagement from users. So there's quite a lot of other things that we've learned from 360 video, and I will just quickly go through this long bullet pointy list and just pick out some of the main things here. So obviously for broadcasters for the BBC, we can take our audiences to places that they can't usually go. What we recognise is that those experiences have to be quite simple and straightforward. We don't think you can get away with trying to tell a very complex narrative within the medium right now. And in part this is because the audience, I think, doesn't yet understand the grammar of the medium. And this is something that actually we've seen from doing live tests over the course of this week. In fact, we've been presenting some VR content to colleagues and guests at the BBC. And what is very interesting is you can very quickly tell the difference between people who've been in any kind of VR experience before versus those who haven't. And now the people who have been in those VR experiences before, particularly if it's a trigger-based VR experience, i.e. that I'm in a space and for me to move on I need to look at something and select it. The people who've done it a few times understand the grammar of that and they understand where to look for the triggers. They also understand when they do and don't want to go for those triggers. However, generally our audiences don't get that yet, I would say. So therefore, it's very difficult for us to have complicated narratives. Camera movements, as we've just discussed there, can really take a user out of the experience and induce nausea. We also have thought very carefully about how we direct attention in 360 films. And generally speaking, what that has meant is that we have probably over-telegraphed in some of the 360 films that we've done to say, look, here is the area of interest where you should be looking. We talked here a little bit about the transitions, and as I say, generally speaking, we try and limit the amount of transitions that we put into 360 films because, again, it can be jarring and will take the user out of the experience. Pacing, probably a follow-on from that last point there. We recognise that things need to be slow because audiences won't follow it if we're jumping around all over the place. And the other thing is voiceovers seem to work actually very well, and in terms of the feedback that we've had from audiences, they seem to appreciate a voiceover experience more than a presenter or reporter talking to you. And that's because it allows the audience member to look around and take stock of the environment that they're in and just listen to what's happening rather than have a reporter trying to talk at them and they're still trying to absorb what's going on around them. So getting the camera in the right place is very important. And also the other thing is you don't have to hide the crew and keep them out of shot as much as we thought, particularly when we're doing news reporting. Again, that doesn't seem to trouble our audiences. They kind of expect to be able to look around and see the sound man standing there. First-person narrative. We had an assumption when we started looking at VR and 360 video content that first-person narrative stuff would be very powerful. So hearing people's testimonies. Actually, for whatever reason, our audiences haven't responded to that as strongly as we thought they might. To be honest, I don't think we're particularly clear on why that is, and it might very well be that we just aren't sophisticated enough in the grammar in how we create these films. Sound is obviously critical, and actually we are increasingly investing more time and thought and resource into sound design when we're producing 360 films. So let's just crack on here and think a little bit around other challenges that we have with VR. This one I've talked about before. So the VR content that we publish at the moment, the computer-generated stuff, for us to get that out to an audience, it's from an audience's perspective, and bear in mind that when we're talking about audiences, we're not talking about people who might be gamers or who already have this technology in the house. We're talking about mainstream audience members. So for them to get to our VR content right now, they have to go to our website. We generally publish most of our VR content onto bbc.co.uk/taster. They then have to find a particular project, and from there you get what to many people can look like quite a daunting description of actually how you then get the content onto your device. So we know that that's a real problem in terms of getting people to look at our higher end experience. And actually this is probably how we would articulate the challenge that we have around bringing people to higher end experiences. So this is one of the areas that we're investigating at the moment, which is that we recognise that actually we can produce some amazing content on the high end stuff, so like the HTC Vive. And actually we were demoing an internal project the other day at the BBC, which was a high end HTC Vive piece, which although I'm involved in it, I will say it's an amazing project and it's beautiful, and I think people who've had a chance to experience it have definitely been moved by it. But the issue is that not a lot of people right now have that technology. So therefore, we have lots of discussions around how can we bridge that gap. Should we create projects that we can publish across multiple platforms? Should we just focus somewhere in the middle? So, for example, the Gear VR feels like a reasonably accessible device. So, again, for the BBC, we have lots of questions and we don't have an awful lot of answers around where we're at the moment. However, we do have some thoughts on where we think things might be going in the future, and also what we think the BBC and other public service broadcasters can bring to this discussion. The things that the BBC and other PSBs are interested in looking at from a research and development perspective are exploring this whole notion of agency and what the user needs to see when they're in the environment. Do they need some kind of representation of themselves, or are they quite happy to be a floating presence? We're also interested in looking at the social side of virtual reality and how users will connect with each other within that space and what that could mean for future projects. And how we can create these interactive and non-linear experiences by publishing directly onto the web. So we're testing some technology now that will allow us to create interactive 360 videos that we can publish directly to the web, which should allow us to get out to a wider audience. And also we're looking at mixed reality applications, things like the HoloLens. And that is something that I think we're at a very early stage of our understanding of what that technology can do for us. So I'm just going to crack on here and just a couple more things to talk about. So let's get to where we're going in the future. So stuff that we're doing in terms of our public-facing trials, we're going to continue to release 360 videos, but we're also interested in upgrading what we're doing, and the Scottish Ballet project is probably an example of what we describe as an upgraded 360 video experience. And we're also interested about understanding what the distribution pipelines are. How can we get our content out to a wider audience? How can we get more immersive content out to a wider audience? We're continuing to try and understand what audience make of content in particular genres. Does it work particularly well for live music for us? Is it a medium that works better for factual content? And we want to better understand how we get our content out to public VR stores, so understanding those routes to market, how we distribute stuff, and how we gather feedback more widely from users. So in terms of timescales, we think that right now we do expect that most of our audience members are going to continue consuming 360 video, either on the phone-based handset or actually predominantly by looking at stuff on tablets in front of them. There are projections that say that within 2 to 5 years, high-end headsets could be in as many as 1/3 of households, and I think we describe these as bullish projections. And we do think that phone-based systems will become increasingly capable of delivering the high-end CG. I wouldn't say this is entirely analogous with 3D, of which there seemed to be quite a lot of hype around 3D technology about 5 to 10 years ago, and it seems to have now gone away. There is definitely some hype, I think, around VR, and the BBC's view is that we're not entirely sure where we think this is all going to go. So the roles that the public service broadcasters can take, I'll just précis this, is really around trying to work out and standardise what the process is to get content out to audience, to share experiences and best practice and try and learn from our audiences, and actually to collaborate with other broadcasters and also other agencies to understand what we as broadcasters can do with this kind of technology. And final thoughts on this are that we think that VR has the potential to give us very interesting new ways of delivering public service content, particularly around the experiential stuff and particularly around education. We recognise that the audience is very small at the moment and cost is a critical factor. And in actual fact, that we've found that for high-end CG VR experiences, the cost is around about the same order of magnitude as a high-end TV drama. So from a funding perspective, it is very difficult for us right now to justify putting a lot of money to create a high-end VR experience, which only a few people will actually be able to access at this point. And that is probably why we're not seeing a lot of equivalent activity from other commercial broadcasters, because it's just too expensive and there isn't a big enough audience. And we are going to continue to experiment with other public service broadcasters, with other agencies within the medium, to try and understand what we can do with this technology, particularly for the BBC, around informing education and entertaining audiences. And that's it. That's me. Thank you very much.
And now if I could welcome up Greg Williamson of Soluis, please. Hi folks. Really excited to speak to you today. I'm Greg Williamson, Senior. Actually, let me just get this to the start of the presentation.
It's
Get a quick peek of all of the Sorry folks. There we go. Sorry. So I'm Greg Williamson, Senior VR Consultant at Soluis Group. Soluis Group has been going since 2000 and started life as a visualization company, working in AEC sectors, architecture, engineering, construction. Around that core visualization team, we built creative teams, motion graphic teams, app development teams, and that's allowed us to now push into creating apps and then into augmented reality and virtual reality. So these days we're doing all kinds of immersive presentations. The reason I mentioned that is in the immersive presentations in virtual reality, I've not met two people that come from the same backgrounds. I think it's an amazing opportunity for everybody, from filmmakers and animators right through to even cognitive psychologists, trying to understand what's happening to us in these virtual worlds and these experiences. So I'm just going to fire through quite a few things, because one of the things we're going to talk about today is how we are now applying immersive presentations, 360 film, virtual reality for enterprise, for business and for brands. Personally, my background coming into this was through design and architecture, and then into theatre and lighting, then into visualization, and had a company at Film City for 10 years before doing a merger with the Soluis Group. And mention that because in visualization, when we're creating these environments and these pretty pictures, the film industry came in and really disrupted our industry, where we started to look at the types of ways they were directing the shots, how they were building narrative in. And I mention that because now the gaming industry and the VR and tech companies in these industries are coming in and disrupting things again, and we now have real-time environments that you can change the environment around you, and you can real-time change a film or an immersive presentation. It's pretty incredible. So I'm just going to rattle through this very, very quickly. So, as mentioned, we do visualization, creating environments. I'm going to reference environments quite a bit.
one of the things that I'm involved in. Think of this as settings for your film, settings for our clients' projects. And one of the things that I need to do when I creatively engage with our various clients throughout enterprise and business is explain a little bit about these technologies so we can understand what's the right technology to use and apply. So we try to be quite tech agnostic and not force any client down one particular technology or the other, but rather understand their needs of what they want to communicate, what they're using it for in their brands, or what they're trying to explain. You've probably heard quite a bit about virtuality, but I want to also mention about the augmented technologies as well, because I see this as effectively one spectrum of immersive technologies, where you're going from being in the real world at one end to the other end, being a virtual world where you're transported completely somewhere else. And then there's various levels of augmented technologies that are now coming in that allow to keep you to stay in this world, but levels of information appearing around you. And that could be quite exciting. What does that mean for film and immersive presentations? Are our sets a virtual world set somewhere else, or is it actually set in the real world with cities around us and rooms and environments? Are these industries merging?
Is it are filmmakers merging with the games industry and the theatre industry and so forth? So let me just fire through this very quickly. So virtual reality has been around for quite some time. Yes. Some people might remember Nightmare from the 80s. The concepts have been there in our entertainment and our science fiction writing and so forth. So the technology's been around for a while. This looks like today with haptic gloves and the HMD head-mounted displays. But I think this is in fact a professor from the 70s working on technologies. But now we're seeing all this tech advancing and developing. This is some of the main kind of headsets that we create our projects for. Interestingly, mentioned about having the Gear VR and the Daydream. I think these are fantastic technologies because without realising it, within a couple of years when everybody's upgrading their phones, everybody's going to be walking around with entry-level VR in their pockets. So, what does that do to your audience base that you're suddenly reaching? Daydream are adding a little controller. Samsung are going to release theirs later this year, so suddenly you've got interactivity of watching your film, but you can choose options. What does that mean for a storyteller? Does that mean in one presentation, one film, that you can have multiple endings, choice narrative? And when you go to 360 environments, how do you control where somebody's going to look? It is very exciting. It's a different medium, and that doesn't happen in our lifetimes very often. And it's not that it's going to replace standard film. It's going to sit alongside it in the same way that ebooks came along, disrupted the publishing industry, and now sit alongside real books because people like the tactileness of it. So let's fire on. So ways that we're applying this. I'm going to talk about some of the sectors of these immersive technologies and how we're doing it. So we're doing everything from in the medical sector, working with the NHS and other bodies, where we're literally creating the virtual environments of the new hospitals that are being built, and then getting an opportunity to drop the doctors and nurses into those scenes beforehand. That allows them to see what the operating theatre is going to look like before they're built and make decisions and changes. So changing the way people work are your films going to be the documentaries about the way people work, or films in those environments? So medical industry, this was referenced before of putting on the headsets. It's a kind of singular experience. So what implication does that have for social VR? Something that we're looking at. Don't really think that this is the future. People all in multiple headsets. I love that, putting a headset on and going somewhere differently. But I also love when we have social shared experiences. And our response to that as a company was to build what we call our reality portal. It's effectively an immersive projected dome, and I'll show you a few examples of how we use that. I think there's a film here. I'll skip through a few. Hopefully the audio will start to lift.
is, with the Immersive Portal is that it's much like your vision, where it's 360 by 180, and we can have multiple people come into those spaces. And that's great for us, especially with our background in the AEC industry. People come into environments and talk about what they're seeing. Same for films, people coming in and you know, can look people face to face and discuss what's around them. We worked with the leading provider of cinema screens in the world to help develop the surface of the domes and technologies. This is it being used in the British Museum in tandem with Samsung, where we also had the headsets. This allowed us to do a project, I think it's on the next slide, where we recreated a virtual roundhouse. What does that mean for your settings of stories, and you know, are we going back in time, forward in time? You know, it's quite incredible opportunities. In this instance, it was to bring to life some of the objects that the British Museum have and show them in situ of where, you know, usually they're behind a glass case, nobody can touch them. In this instance, it was to allow people to use the real-time gaming technologies to go in and select the objects and find more information, see the roundhouse environments that they would have originally have been in. Give you a little glimpse of that as well.
My name's Lizzie Edwards. I'm the co-manager of the Samsung Digital Discovery Centre. We decided that we wanted to create a virtual reality experience that schools and families could use in our programme. And so we decided to start working with Soluis because we were really impressed with their work. And they've created a Bronze Age roundhouse, a virtual Bronze Age roundhouse. Inside the dome, I saw a scene from a Bronze Age village, and you could click on several different objects and heard a little bit about what they were used for and, yeah, what you did with them. To use the Samsung VR headset, you put it onto your head and you put some earphones on, and you start by hearing birdsong and seeing a Bronze Age roundhouse.
So that gives you a little bit of an idea. Other ways that you apply to talking about brands, you know, the likes, for example, Nicorette came along. They want when people stop smoking, they really find they get their breath back, and they had hanging campaigns around that, where you went into the portal and you were immersed in underwater and diving films, and to get that kind of freshness that you get, the sea and the air and stuff. So, you know, branding of experiences, way that how are brands using it, and it'd be interesting to see how they approach VR. Will brands use VR where they're in the content, or will they just be sponsoring content? So it's another thing to keep in mind, you know, for getting perhaps films created and so forth. You know, by that I mean the likes of Red Bull are using content where you literally put a headset on and you're actually at one of the races or experiences. I put a headset on the other day and I was at the top of a hill with all their crazy dirt bikes flying around you. Vantage points that we'd never normally get to see, which is incredible. Whereas I've seen other presentations where they've just sponsored the content and it's been quite humorous. We'll show you. This other one here is Data Labs. Just trying to fire through this very quickly, but if content becomes immersive and around you, it's instead of being a linear presentation, it's non-linear. Can you start to make connections between information that is around you in that space? In this instance, the Data Lab stuff, we're communicating STEM, science, technology, education, maths for children. It was connected with IBM's Watson. Real-time data was coming in, and we were trying to visually make sense of that data, so it was easier to understand. And by that, I mean, say for the likes of a Twitter feed, we don't want everybody's individual comments in case some of them are particularly bad, but perhaps the sentiment of comments might change colours, shapes, and so forth, and help those kids understand that. So this is the kids in the portal. Another consideration, going back to technology and trying to understand, you know, there's recommendations to not have kids in some of the headsets for under 13, you know, so the portal is a good solution for us for that. Sometimes the Google Cardboard is a good solution, even though it's quite low end, but you know, you just place it in your head and take it straight away. So just trying to give some insights on that. Another use here, this is in the sports sector industry. We created a VR marketing suite for Tottenham Hotspur, for Spurs, for their new stadium, and what that led them to do is bring in corporate sponsors, season ticket holders, and so forth, in kind of an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at the new stadium. And what you're seeing there is a glimpse into an immersive portal that was built into their new marketing suite. You walk through a panel in the door, you don't even know you're going into a portal, you're just in there, and suddenly you're in the stadium, you're arrived at their new stadium, you get this introductory film, the wall slides back, you come out, and you go into a space where we've got Oculus headsets built into the arms of the actual seats that they would specify for their season ticket holders. So you get all the range of different seats, right up to your leather heated seats that you get to sit on, take the headset out, and then see different vantage points of where their perspective could be in the stadium, or what the hospitality would be like for that section of the stadium. For corporate brands coming to maybe show how a corporate space might look if it was sponsored by an Audi or a Qatar DR and so forth. It's been very effective before they even launched it publicly. I think they've had about 80% of their sales, I believe. But I need to check that. We've similarly done stuff with the likes of Man City, Barcelona, and so forth. Man City showing new developments, hospitality spaces. Barcelona, I think we're going to flick on just a quick glimpse of a film because the board want to understand what these spaces were like. The reason I just want to show a glimpse of the film is to show you that real-time gaming technology, how much the quality of the visuals has improved now. So you'll get a glimpse that that stadium environment allowed people to understand what they were getting, basically, and then we were starting able to do interaction where we've done things like changing the lighting, changing the branding, putting some gaming in there and so forth.
Till you're now, we've not yet lost all our graces. The hounds will stay in chase. Look upon your greatest that shall send. The cold ocean, the cold ocean, the cold ocean, the cold ocean.
Look at the textures and lighting, that's a real-time gaming environment. I could drop you into that in your info. I'm going to have to speed up here. So, hotels, hospitality, we're using 360 film for virtual tourism, take somewhere that they haven't been before. Radisson, we worked up their new designs for the different brands. We can drop people into those hotel spaces. There's a new Radisson hotel getting built down the road because an operator has the site, interested in joining it, and they were able to, Carson Ezra, the main client, was able to show those investors what those spaces would look like and drop them into those environments and see films about the spaces and things, and so that somebody come along and say, yeah, I want to be an owner and operator of your Radisson red brand and so forth. And we're seeing that pop out the ground down the road at the moment in Glasgow. We were able to take these around the world, and we did a presentation in Copenhagen, Las Vegas and stuff like that with the portals. So showing spaces that don't exist yet to go in and capture real world spaces with 360 filming. Get to know the technology. There's some great stuff out there. Definitely entry level stuff has arrived. We're some way off. It's certainly not emerging tech, so there's a real opportunity over the next few years to get involved in this industry because it's far from mature tech and mature industry. Entry level cameras are great for like blocking out your shots and trying out films. Good for the headsets, and maybe not the right quality level for say putting something at the scale of an immersive portal. You can see custom rigs. People have been trying. High-end cameras are coming in now. That's Facebook's designs they released in the end. Probably cost you about 30 grand to take all the components, but they've released that open source, so you can go online, download those plans, and build your own high-end camera if you want. Likes of Jaunt VR is what they're doing at the moment. Really interesting strategy, but they're developing technology, teaming up with people to create content, but they want that pushed onto their platform so they can be the YouTubes and the Vimeos of the VR and 360 world. I'm very excited about light field technology. It's quite some distance away as well, but keep an eye on that as well. I'll come back to that, but 360 film is. It's been described to me by somebody as a hack, which I don't know if that's really true or not, but you've got 6 or 7 cameras all pointed in different directions, and if you've ever done a photo montage where you take a few images and you need to overlap them, you sometimes get stitching issues, distortion of proportions and things like that. Effectively, that's what we're doing in 360 film. You're taking 6 or 7 different images to create a sphere and overlapping that, merging it together. So the post-production on that is very tricky. You do see a lot of stitching issues once you start to get your eye in on looking at content online. And then we haven't even gone into stereoscopic, which is fantastic in terms of getting more depth into it, but suddenly you've doubled your shots because you've got a shot for the left eye and the right eye, so what does that do to your post-production into pieces? That's just a little shot of hotels. We did some video of hotels, and we were able to, somebody in another set of the world would walk into the portal and see an environment that exists somewhere else. So what I'd really like to do is encourage you to think, instead of thinking outside of the box, is think inside and outside of the sphere. Certain headsets, certain technologies will be good for different things. So, for example, is your subject matter a product? So, are you looking into the sphere? Are you using something like an HTC Vive to be able to move around your subject matter and see what it is? Or is it an environment where you're looking at wide vistas and you want to be in the centre of that space and looking out? So that's where things like our portals is good for that. So start thinking in that kind of way. It really is a different way of thinking. It does take a while to get used to it. Once again, if it's 360 cameras, using that sphere idea, placing that at its centre. If you can't move the camera, there is stabilisation technology that's coming in that's making it better all the time to move it. But when you start moving the 360 film, do you get that unnerving floating experience? What do? Do you have to put composite a body in or an avatar? But there's really innovative ideas and opportunities that could come out of that. So let me give you a few examples of thinking about your 360 camera. What is it from that perspective? Is it the subject? I did a really interesting little workshop a year or two back where we had different genres to do it, and one genre for thriller decided that the 360 camera was going to be a bomb. So all the scene went around, and it was an apocalyptic scene that when you looked out the way, they had bombs going off all over the place, but they had theirs there, and the drama went around it. Another one in the drama one, interestingly, the way they used the camera was in the perspective of somebody had died, and it was like a scene of all the people coming and saying the last things that they would say to that person, and it was from that perspective. But interestingly, they pulled the camera up into the air at the end, as if you had that ending sequence. So we did a comedy one and used kind of both sides of the cameras of showing like a guy and a girl getting ready for the date, but from different perspectives, but all shot in the one scene. So there's really interesting things and opportunities. Fire through this as quick as I can. Augmented reality, taking the real world, things, simulations and so forth. Once again, it's the military often leading these things, but this technology is starting to filter down now. Okay, so just see a bit of this. Tactile. That into films, if you can actually touch the walls, but you're seeing something different. So there's other things to consider when we're talking about starting to augment these technologies. Haptics is another thing you need to consider. The more of our senses we can affect, the more convincing it's going to be in immersion. So visual is often our first one, but audio is 50% of it. If you can use spatial audio, you're going to have a much better film and presentation. Really interestingly, I got a couple of tips from the founder of the Okio Studio, because I was asking about how do you storyboard in 360, how do you even approach that? So a great couple of tips for you is one, maybe storyboarding spatial audio. It's like I say, it's cost and time consuming to create in 360. So if you can place the sounds around you, you can probably go through and tell an animatic story that way. Another way of storyboarding is take the 2D assets and place them into that 360 environment, so you can start to work out your story, where things would be and how you might transition through before you then go and create the 360 content. Coming back to haptics, somebody's in that virtual world, we can add something more to their senses, so give them a sense of smell, touch or feel on their skin. People are creating haptic gloves. In this instance, this was for America's Cup. Going back to brands, there's some major sponsors of these events, and they wanted to get people closer to the action things, not an easy thing when it's people are out in yachts. But what they did is their 360 film, but they're standing on a platform where the movements on the platform are matched to the film. So somebody is holding, like as if they're having an experience on the yacht, and they're moving, matching the film, and then they've got the sense of spray that's hitting them as well. So interesting ways that brands and enterprises are starting to use these technologies. So coming back to, kind of working back the way, so coming back to augmented reality again. Once again, it's our sci-fi, it's our scientific writing, and our films that are leading the way of ideas. We are genuinely looking at this because what's incredible about augmented reality technology is the aspiration for us, especially going back to where we started from in the architecture, engineering, construction sector, is the aspiration is to be heads up and hands free and have additional information. And the implication for that for health and safety, virtual training and things like that are incredible. But the implications for how other industries are going to use it, marketing and so forth, you're going around the street and pulling up information. We've just had a little glimpse with the fanfare that was around Pokemon Go when it appeared for a short while, and it's probably not even it's nowhere near a full implementation of augmented reality. So it'll be an interesting space to watch how that develops. Once again, it started in the past from the military. We're starting to see little bits of augmented technology come into our everyday life, parking and things like that, overlaying information onto the real world. Here's a little example of how some brands used it in a kind of fun way. Bit funny is different brands, but I'll show you that because what's going to be our film sets of the future? Will theatres and cinema merge? Will these presentations be in the streets? To create that augmented reality, that's using cameras technology, so that which we have on our phones, in our iPads and so forth. And there they built it in the bus shelter, but increasingly it's going to move into headsets. And this technology is arriving now, although it's very early stage and it's far from being perfected. There's a couple of colleagues of mine using the HoloLens. Once again, we're looking for it in construction, and it's got limited field of view and so forth. But it's incredible to think that we're wearing computers on the heads and able to see through stuff. So what's going to be the future? We've all seen Google Glass, but Google invested in Magic Leap. A lot of people were waiting to see what comes out in that sector. My basic understanding of that is that they don't call this a lens, but rather a chip where they've got layers of in that chip that affects the light waves that come in. So when the light's coming into your eye, they're starting to being able to weave pictures and pictures and information into those light waves, so it naturally comes into your vision. Whether this is true or not, this is their kind of aspiration for what it be. I assume that all the people in the audience here would have to be wary, having the wearables of their technology. We'll wait and see what comes out, but they've had billions put into them, including from the likes of Google. So this is their ultimate aspiration. I think we're somewhere off that, but it's a quite exciting future for these immersive and mixed technologies. And what can we do as creatives and filmmakers and storytellers? This is a bad slide, but it's just some summary notes. I just wanted to really jog my memory of what I wanted to say. It's important to understand that this is a different medium and play to its strengths, and understand that it has challenges and that there's things that do's and don'ts, as it were. So a few things I just wanted to really quickly mention to let you have a think about it and go away and hopefully get excited about ideas. But one of the biggest things VR has going for is presence, and with that presence and telling the narrative, you can create emotions and create empathy. A great example of that is the United Nations creating the film, a thing called Clouds Over Sidra. And if I've got this right, I believe that when they usually create an awareness campaign to raise funds, 1 out of every 12 people would donate. When they created a VR version of the film, 1 out of every 6 people donated, which is a massive increase. And the reason I believe for that is that you've got to drop into that headset and see what it was really like for a 15-year-old Syrian girl in her daily life, and look around you and see that it's literally nothing. It's a kid in a tent, and that's their existence. So it creates empathy. It has the potential for it's a powerful tool for storytellers. And don't forget spatial audio, don't forget haptics. Get learning about the tech, they don't be tied to anyone. There are challenges at the moment. These cameras that we're seeing, these entry-level cameras, things, they're creating stuff at like 25 or 30 frames per second. Ideally, you want stuff in VR at 90 to 120 frames per second. So there's challenges in the movement, stereoscopic, field of view. There's many things, but there's also a lot of opportunities. And like I say, people are going to be walking around with this technology in their pockets. It's only going to increase with the players that are in, from your Googles to your Samsungs, and we don't even know what Apple are doing yet, but they're buying up a lot of patents in this. I'd just like to finish by showing an example of what I think is one of the best bits of immersive content I've seen created. A company called Framestore, who I think do some fantastic work. They did a project called Field Trip to Mars, and I'll let the film explain more what they do, but is this a movable film set that they're in? Is it film? What is this? But it's certainly immersive. It's certainly an experience, and it's certainly raised brand profile. So I'll just play this. Thanks.
When I first heard about this project, I thought you were crazy.
So wherever we started the experience, you would start off on that exact same road at that exact same intersection on Mars.
You could see what we were going by on the screens, and then you could feel it, so it felt like, oh, we're going past that. Oh, now I feel that we're going past that. It felt real.
Almost everything that we did with this bus experience was done from scratch.
Currently with the VR headsets, it does isolate you, whereas this, particularly with the children, they were able to point things out to each other to really enjoy the experience communally.
wee bit late, we're running a wee bit behind, so I'm just going to make you aware we're probably going to run on till 1:15 now, so I'll understand if people have to leave, but to keep the session going and allowing time for questions and answers. And now I'm going to hand over to Paul Chapman, who is no longer acting head, but actual head, so congratulations, of the School of Simulation and Visualization from the Glasgow School of Art.
Okay, thanks Nick, and thanks Craig. Oh, that's not what I see. Okay, right. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much for coming. So, yes, I work for the School of Simulation and Visualization, and we specialise in computer graphics, virtual reality, 3D modelling, and those sorts of things. I'm going to start by showing you this. Can I have a show of hands? Who's actually seen this film, The Lawnmower? Okay, I bet you wish you hadn't seen it. Yeah. It was the first film that really introduced virtual reality to the general public back in the early 90s. Little video here. And what actually happened was all the media and the press and everybody, they all ran to the universities at the time who were doing their work in virtual reality, and they said, show us your virtual reality, show us what you're doing. And we showed them the VR, and they were bitterly disappointed. They put on the helmet-mounted displays, and they went, is this it? Because it was rubbish. It was really appalling. I think that's one of the reasons she's screaming here, because the quality of the display is so poor. But yeah, so the early 90s was really a false start for virtual reality. We've already seen a few of these graphics. Nintendo's games controller. This was a complete disaster, the Virtual Boy, as we saw earlier on. We actually had people having seizures from wearing these devices because health and safety was appalling then. They used just red LEDs because they were the cheapest. And it's not really a collaborative experience. Nowadays, of course, we've got devices like the HTC Vive, which is absolutely wonderful. Virtual reality is no longer a risk. If you want to invest and experiment in virtual reality, it's only going to cost you a few £1,000s. The helmet-mounted display that I showed you earlier with NASA would have been hundreds of thousands of pounds. Okay, so for a company, from a company's point of view, it's easy for us to experiment. And of course, the technology has improved phenomenally. If we look back, being born in the early 70s, I grew up through the computer revolution. Being a computer scientist, being a bit of a geek, this was absolutely wonderful. This is my first computer, ZX81, and I actually had to build it, got all the electronic components and to solder it all together. Very exciting for me when I was younger, and this was the sort of computer graphics that you had then. Okay, back in, 36 years ago. And if we compare that to sort of the computer graphics of today, you can really see the difference in quality. That we can now render a huge number of polygons, do a huge number of lighting calculations in real time, and that is what has enabled us to be able to. That's why we're here today. It's the only reason we're here today is because it's the games industry which has pushed the quality of the graphics cards and made it so that it's feasible now for us to be able to do virtual reality. We should thank the games industry for that, because there's a huge demand for low cost, high resolution, high frame rates, and that's enabled us to do this sort of study. So when I studied computer graphics and virtual reality in the early 90s, and it was all silicon graphics computers, which cost thousands and thousands of pounds. Now you can do it all on a PC. Okay, you can buy an incredibly powerful computer graphics card now for just £600. And in the 90s, one of the problems that we had was that the computers weren't up to it. So if I move my head, you get this sort of delay. Okay, there's a delay, and that causes me to feel very nauseous and sick. You still get sick from virtual reality, but it's not as bad as it used to be. So I'm going to just touch on a couple of case studies in medical visualization, talk about some of the work that we're doing, but also touch on some of the work that's going on around the world. So, for the first time in history, in April of last year, we had the first virtual reality real-time streamed operation. Okay, so for medical students, imagine you're a medical student, you no longer have to look at two-dimensional photographs and textbooks. You can stand next to a world-leading surgeon and watch them remove a cancerous tumour from a patient. Okay, that's phenomenal. Okay, it's not going to cost me that much. All I need is my mobile phone and a HMD. I don't know why the surgeon's wearing a HMD, it doesn't make sense. Okay, I would be very worried if I was the patient in this instance. Of course, it's just for photo. Okay, so there would be some sort of 360 camera above the patient, and it would be streamed, and then people watching over the internet wear their HMDs with their phones. So incredible that we can now do this sort of teaching, and education, of course, is a huge area for virtual reality. You see Google Cardboard investing a lot with it's called Google Expeditions, and you can take children to the moon, you can take them to the bottom of the sea, you can take them to the Great Wall of China, and again from an anatomical point of view, or for surgery, standing next to a world-leading surgeon is infinitely better than looking at two-dimensional photographs and textbooks. So for a number of years, we've been working closely with Glasgow University's anatomy department, and we have created a very accurate three-dimensional model of the human head and neck, which is the most complex part of human anatomy. We've done this by laser scanning a male cadaver. We've dissected him, and then we've scanned him, and we've dissected him a bit more, and scanned him a bit more. And we've created this three-dimensional model which you can interact with in real time, like this. And you can strip bits off, and we're now doing this for the rest of the human body. Again, you could look at this. You could look at this on a tablet device. You could look at this on your phone. You could look at this on a PC. You could look at this on a large 13. At work, we've got a very large 13 by 18 meter stereoscopic projection. So you could look at it collaborative in that environment, or you could put a HMD on. And in fact, we've got, using HTC Vive, we've got this very model, and you can strip it down and put it together. Because your brain works in 3D. It's how your brain works. So for something as complex as this, from a three-dimensional spatial point of view, it's very intuitive for me to pull things around and put things back together again. If we take the same model, we can help teach dentists how to give general anaesthetics. And this actually has haptic and tactile feedback, okay, which of course is one of your major sensory input devices. So you can actually feel the needle penetrating through the gum, and if you go too far, you'll hit bone. You'll feel that. Previously, dentists would practice on each other. That's how they used to practice, giving this injection, probably after a few drinks. And or they would use oranges or peaches. But this has been outlawed now, actually injecting each other, not the peaches. So you can imagine how useful something like this is. Okay, to be able to actually locate, open the mouth, look around in VR, and locate where I'm going to inject and feel the needle going through. Haptics is very difficult, though, I have to say. It's a very difficult technology. Visuals is probably one of the easiest now for us. So we've also been creating three-dimensional elements of human anatomy. So this is human shoulder, created using photogrammetry, which is when you take a large number of photographs and put them all together, and a hand as well. Okay, so if you go into the anatomy department of any good university, you will find a plethora of these sort of human anatomy, and all in glass bottles, but now I can actually look at this in VR and experience it myself. Another example of VR being used is in sort of dangerous sports. About 10 years ago, I created with some colleagues, James Ward in the middle and Ian Curran on the right, we developed the first ever paragliding simulator. And paragliding and skydiving and parachuting is quite a frightening experience. When you're teaching people what to do in certain events within these sports, I don't know how they educate people now, but certainly 10, 15, 20 years ago, they used to put photographs above your head. So they would say, what would you do in this situation? And just stick a photograph above your head. And you go, well, I would do this, this, and that. But that's not very immersive. When you're falling 120 miles an hour and you've got the wind like that, your decision making breaks down. Why does your decision making break down? Because you're frightened, you're scared. Decision making always breaks down when you're frightened. So a photograph is not immersive for me. I can say, oh, we'll do this and do that, but when it comes to it, when I'm in a different environment, I'm scared and I'm frightened, forget everything I've learned in the classroom. Learning in a virtual environment, however, is different. So now I can actually put the wind in your ears, and I can make you 5,000 feet in the air. And you can learn in a safe environment, and then when I actually experience it for the first time in reality, I'm going to be more in tune with what's going on. With skydiving, you have something called sensory overload. And if you've never experienced it, and the first time you experience it is when you jump out of the plane, that's when, as I said, your decision making breaks down. Another example where we can use virtual reality, and remember virtual reality or immersive environments isn't just using HMDs. You can have very large displays. We saw earlier some panoramic paintings from the 19th century. With this was for Alex Salmond, and the remit for the project was, he said he wanted to be in the Battle of Bannockburn, standing in the Battle of Bannockburn. And this is content for the new Battle of Bannockburn Centre. So the first thing we needed is lots of fighters, lots of soldiers and warriors. So we just scanned all our own staff in using a special light scan. And as you can see, when he turns around, it looks very realistic. Human faces are very realistic nowadays. However, if you, as soon as a person starts to talk, your brain goes, that's not real, because we're not there yet. But certainly from a static image point of view, it looks pretty realistic. We've got sort of a lot of artists and 3D modelers that work with us as well. It's not just computer scientists. So on the sketches on the left, and sort of starting creating 3-dimensional content on the right. And here we have our soldiers. I always find this quite surreal because it's all people that work with me. It's even better when the battle starts. And of course, Battle of Bannockburn, there's lots of horses, etc. So lots of horse modelling. And there's lots of complexities because of what was happening in the battle, and things like horses falling, etc. etc. Another example of a sketch there, and a 3-dimensional model there. Now, in the Battle of Bannockburn, there's a point when a young English knight charges the Scottish king over the Bruce, and the king sidesteps him, nimbly sidesteps him on his horse, and he puts an axe into the young Englishman's head, killing him instantly. Of course, this had to be in the battle. You can see Alex Salmond getting all excited. So how do we do this? We do this with motion capture, and so we had a young English knight, the fool, on our horse, and we've got a rope around him, and we're going to give him a good pull while we simultaneously hit him in the head with an axe. If you've seen the Exorcist film, it's the same principle. And the little girl in the bed pushes her mother back, and her mother goes flying back. So they literally had a rope tied around the mum at the time of the push that gave her a good pull. So that's what's happening here. So this is all done in motion capture. The markers that you can see, that's the track in real time. Bang. There we go. You can imagine health and safety. This is it. Okay, so here we go. Oh, so let's just jump back. So what we've got here is some motion capture. Craig, can you turn the music, everything off? Yeah, everything off. Okay, so this is motion capture, because you can create these wonderful 3-dimensional avatars, but they need to be moving realistically. So gone are the days of Walt Disney when you'd have keyframes who paid the most money to the individual frames, keyframes of animation. Now you can get realistic motion. And these guys are actually from the film Gladiator. In fact, the guy on the right is a huge man. If you've seen Gladiator, he holds up the guy's head at the beginning. That's him. So he's got I suppose the equivalent of a black belt in medieval martial arts. And then I'll flip this one because it's quite great. This is all at Symposium where we work. So we've got the recording studio, and the cameras here are firing infrared light and reflect off the markers, and we can pick up the motion. I should also mention that the clothing and the attire of everybody is accurate, because we had a whole heap of academic experts who would eventually make their mind up with regards to what people were wearing, and so we've therefore got an accurate three-dimensional database of content, of clothing, etc. So here you can start putting it all together. Of course, you can do this and experience this in VR. You might want to go to the Battle of Bannockburn Centre, the new centre, because you can view this all in 3D using passive stereos. They've got large displays, and you can see the content. Yesterday I gave quite a long talk at the BBC. It was entitled VR, the Good, the Bad and the Ugly. And I quite enjoyed that because I was playing devil's advocate and I ripped into VR for about half an hour. Because it's not all good, and there's huge improvements we still need to make. Don't get me wrong, I love virtual reality. One of the things I spoke about was that I think in the next 12 to 24 months we're probably going to have the first fatality in VR. Okay, and this will probably be caused by a physiologically vulnerable individual who is experiencing a very high level of immersion and presence. And if you don't believe me, look on YouTube and see some of the experiences that some individuals have when they're actually in virtual reality in a roller coaster or whatever. Some of these games are incredibly frightening. The other big danger, of course, with VR is that you forget. It's a byproduct of how good it is the fact that you forget the reality that you're in. You forget that you are surrounded by four walls, and the better the immersion, the higher the level of presence, the more I forget about reality. So you are seeing a lot more accidents like, I just check the sounds off. Yeah, okay, because I know we're streaming live, so okay, so you're seeing a lot more people sort of running into the wall like this. I think A&E departments are seeing a lot more VR related. Let's have a new tick box now in form. There's a new game called The Climb, which has come out recently, which is as I move my hands, I get the tactile feedback that my hands are lodged onto a bit of rock, and I can go rock climbing. So this here is quite an interesting example. The guy is totally immersed within the environment. You can see up on the screen what he's about to watch. But remember, there's no physical feedback. Force feedback is what we call this. So the tactile kinesthetic feedbacks or feeling like fabrics is one thing, but force is another. It's extremely difficult for us to do that. Very dangerous if we start building exoskeletons that you actually climb inside. You get divided by zero and it puts one arm in that corner and another arm in there. So at the moment we're just experiencing the audio and the visuals. But as far as he's concerned, there's a rock face between him and his hands. Okay, so it's a credit to the game designers because they've really immersed him within the environment. Okay, but the problem is that he thinks there's a rock face right in front of him, and that's why he's going to go down, straight down. Of course, we can get away with things like this now because there's other technologies coming around. For example, this device here, which is a great product. It's out now. It's about $700, and I could show you the movie of it, but time's running out. Whereby you just walk and you're held within a harness. You're wearing these sort of Michael Jackson slippery shoes, so you can just keep walking. This has been a big problem in VR, which people have been trying to solve for a long, long time. And this seems to be the best solution. I remember about about 17 years ago, I was at SIGGRAPH, and this Japanese professor had invented this robotic system and had it going. It was incredible. It was, imagine carpet tiles that are robot, so 60 centimetre squared carpet tiles that are robotic. And as I would move one foot to the next, as I lifted my back foot up, the robot would drive round to the front. And as I lifted that foot up, the robot would drive round to the front, and then it would keep dragging me back to the centre of the room. Very clever. Unfortunately, it didn't work that well. But this, I think, is the best system. Okay. And that's called the Virtuix Omni Treadmill. So I'm just going to finish off then with a little bit about where we're going and what do we want. current HMDs, a good HMD, you're probably looking at 110 degrees field of view. Okay, so you're probably looking at this sort of field of view here. Of course, the eye is infinitely better than that. Okay, what I want is at least 220. If I stand here, okay, we're looking, at least this sort of field of view. And it's not provided with current headsets. Current headsets are incredibly better than previous headsets from the early 90s, but there's still huge improvements that we need to make. Current headsets are around 10 to 15 ppd or pixels per degree, but do you know what? I can pick up at least, with 20/20 vision, at least 120 pixels per degree. The resolution that my eye can pick up is incredible, and it's not provided with current devices. Current HMDs have a fixed depth of focus, but of course we don't have that. We focus. We're constantly focusing on a point and then looking somewhere else and focusing on the eyes going in and out. That's one of the reasons virtual reality is not good for you. Okay, because you're fixed on this current plane. You're fooling the brain into stereoscopic vision. But really, I want to get touch with really focusing on different areas. Okay, so high dynamic range. Currently, HMDs are looking a couple at maybe 2. But sort of from a lighting point of view, my eye can pick up so many variations of light which are not provided. Okay, and of course it's in a HMD. I don't want to wear a HMD. Why should I have to wear a big, heavy helmet-mounted display? Okay, I want something like that. Something smaller, glasses. We mentioned Magic Leap in the previous talk. That could be fantastic if it's all as they're talking about it, if it's as accurate as they say it's going to be. And one of the big problems with this is that if I want to increase the resolution, which I need, that's going to have an inverse relationship between that and the ergonomics. So if I increase the field of view, or if I increase the pixels, then I'm going to have to increase the size of the hand-mounted display, unless I radically change the technology. One other thing that we can do is we can actually start putting eye tracking into the helmet-mounted display, so that I can therefore work out where I'm looking and have that focus point at high resolution. I don't need high resolution in my peripheral vision. You can't see in high resolution. Everything's blurred in my peripheral. The only bit that's in high res is where I'm focusing. So from a sensory point of view, which of course is what virtual reality is about, it's got full of sensors. It's got smell and taste, but there's no real investment that's going into that. Okay, we saw Sensorama, I think in the previous talk, which is the first ever virtual reality system that was just shaking handlebars, and they were literally blowing scents and smells into your face through that talk. But it's so incredibly difficult for taste and smell. So even the big blue chip companies aren't investing money in this. The real investment in time is going into haptics and vision. So, for example, from a haptic point of view, you've got the glove one that's just come out now, and they claim that you can actually feel the beat of a butterfly's wing on your fingertips. Because there's little sort of sensory devices that will vibrate, very, very high resolution. We can increase the resolution of these and therefore give you a greater sense of presence when you touch virtual objects in the scene. I'm going to finish on this slide here. And this guy here was, he really sort of took my breath away really when I was at university, because in the early 60s it's Van Sutherland, and he developed a huge number of things. His PhD was called Sketchpad. He developed first CAD systems and point vertices and moving edges. He was also a pioneer in virtual reality. And he wrote a paper in I think it was 1967, it was called The Ultimate Display. I thought it would be nice just to finish on that, because that's where we want to be. And he said the ultimate display would be where the computer could control the existence of matter. A chair displayed in such a room would be good enough to sit in. Handcuffs displayed in such a room would be confining. And a bullet displayed in such a room would be fatal. Such a device would literally be the wonderland into which Alice walked. Okay, I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've got about 15 15 minutes for questions, so I'm not going to abuse my chair's position. I'm going to immediately open it to the floor. I think we do have a roving mic, do we? Maybe we don't have a roving mic. I may repeat the question then. Does anyone have a question for the panel straight up? It's a lot to process. We asked a big question about the future. Yes?
So just to pick up that very final point and to talk a bit about the question, I suppose, is a bit about narrative. Ultimately, are you just creating a kind of environment in which people end up creating their own narrative? A bit like a bit crass, but the holodeck on Star Trek Next Generation, if anybody remember that, for their recreation, Jean-Luc Picard would go and he would say, right, 15th century France, and he'd be in 15th century France, and everything he did, that environment would react to him rather than there being narrative. So is that what, is that the Alice in Wonderland world that you're eventually hoping to
create? Okay, so I think with the Alice in Wonderland comment, I think from a technological point of view, we're still so far away from that. From a visual point of view, we understand the physics of light very, very well now, and we can create very accurate three-dimensional renders. We can any one of the people on this table can show you an image, and you wouldn't be able to differentiate that from reality if it's a computer person, for example. But the real challenges with the haptics and the physical feedback are probably decades away, to be honest. A chair that's good enough to sit in a virtual environment is so difficult from an engineering point of view. How do you solve that problem? I can think of maybe a special suit that you could wear, that when you're wearing the suit it can stiffen up in certain areas, so that when you sit down it's literally holding you up. But it's really so far away. If you take haptics and force feedback out of the equation, other than the gloves that I was showing you, where you can pick virtual objects up, that's enough just to put the signal into the brain that you're touching a virtual object. So that's probably sufficient. From moving into different environments, it's some of the work that we've done. We've been scanning in World Heritage sites around the world. For example, Sydney Opera House, or a beautiful stepwell in northern India, which no one in this room is going to go and visit, but in virtual reality you could. So I think that's one of the real benefits. So that's my holodeck, if you like, given today's technology. So I can go to any one of these World Heritage sites, I can walk around it in VR. Some would actually say that VR is better than reality, because in reality I'm fixed to this plane surface that I walk upon, but in VR I can fly to anywhere I want, and I can look in detail at some of the intricate ornate carvings of these Hindu deities that are all around the stepwell in this example. I can touch it, but I'm not going to get a very accurate sense of touch. But all I need sometimes is just enough physical input to tell me that I'm touching a virtual object. So with regards to Ivan Sutherland's Dream, if you like, which he wrote in 1967, we're still so far away from that. But the visual side of things is really getting there.
Does anyone else want to pick that up?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on the narrative thing, because I think that's, again, from the BBC broadcast perspective, that is the crucial thing, which is what is it that you're trying to create? And I think that there's a push-pull thing, and I think you have to take each proposition on its merits. There is some experiential things where you just want to put people in an environment, and what they take away from that is just how they choose to interpret that environment. With other things, you definitely want to lead them on a narrative, and part of the challenge in establishing the grammar and the expertise, in my view, is around that push-pull thing, such that people get to make free choices, but the choices that they make are the ones that you, as the content makers, are the ones you want them to make, so that they have the narrative experience that you have in mind.
I would just add as well that everybody, companies and individuals, are experimenting in this area and learning from each other. It took us about 100 years to perfect the art of filmmaking, and we're kind of starting again in VR, which is interesting. I'd encourage everybody to just try and get as many examples and dropping into it. One example is Oculus Studio put out a little piece called Lost, and it was done in the games engine, but this idea of directing somebody through an immersive presentation. In that scene, you're in a forest, and because it's done in the games engine, it loops in a way where stuff goes on, and you feel like you're there. You feel like you're the director because you've been looking around for so long. But they use audio sound to eventually build up and make you gaze in a certain direction, and because it's got the head tracking technology in it, once you start to look towards that sound for a certain period of time, it then knows and activates the next scene. So a completely different way of going through that storytelling magic. How effective that is or not, go and grab an Oculus headset and try it. You can download and try it out. But yeah, we're all learning from each other, and that's one way of going through the narratives.
I'm actually quite passive. Sometimes I just want to see a film. I don't want to be in the scene. And I think there's a danger you can try and load so many requirements onto VR. VR, as you can see from the examples there, has so many varied applications. And some of the haptic stuff that Paul was showing, absolutely you can see in medical and hands-on environments. Maybe less important if you're in an entertainment space. And I think it's working out which areas you're applying the VR to and what is the essence of that experience. Do I want to be told a story and let that wash over me? In which case, haptics isn't very important to me. Just shoot something beautiful with some amazing characters and take me somewhere I don't want to go. I don't want to control the end. I don't want to be clicking through and speaking to that guy and going through that door. I'll play a game if I want to do that. So I think it's just being very clear what the end point of the experience. Ultimately, it's down to the user experience you're trying to convey as a creator, I guess.
Okay, thank you. We have a mic now, so if you want to put your hand up for a question. Thank you.
Hi, I think with the proviso of what you're saying about it being experiences, I think it's absolutely true, and that whole idea of wanting to either sit back or move forward around the experience. But I'm curious if you work with story experts when you're putting, I'd just be interested to hear about examples if you ever work with story experts when you're putting something together, and at what point would you bring them in? Does it tend to be at the scripting stage, which is quite late in terms of story, or do you bring them in right from the start if you want?
We work with writers quite a lot, and it's interesting. Traditionally, we work with people who've gone on television. That's where a lot of our collaborators come from. But recently, we've been tapping more into people from a games background because of that non-linearity, and because a lot of these experiences have a branching nature to them, and that does bring a very specific skill with it. It is very, very different from traditional linear storytelling. But we've done a couple of projects there where we've brought in what you might call traditional writers who will develop almost like a Bible. They will give you guidelines on the character, their motivations, the scenography, and those become the modules that then a more maybe interactive focused writer will then start to piece together. And that can be a really interesting way when you're looking at those kind of branching narratives.
We've done some work on more traditional interactive video stuff, and it is interesting when you bring in writers, and I think there are some writers who have an interest and a capacity for this, and there's others who don't. So if you bring in someone who's a great storyteller to try and create this sort of experience, that perhaps isn't quite enough. And actually that point around the degree to which the audience member wants to make decisions, I think is a really important point. And again, within the interactive video world, we've actually found that sometimes we've kind of overestimated how much people want to do that. And some of our research has come back to say that they kind of find that a bit wearying after a while, particularly if it's an exploratory environment. Actually, they kind of just want someone to show them all of it rather than have to go through what starts to feel like a process-driven thing where you're selecting option A and then coming back and then selecting the next option. So it's definitely a different type of skill set.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else up here?
Well, I remember once seeing a picture of a guy sat in the toilet with a VR headset on and said the future of gaming. And I was just wondering, do you have any kind of fears or worries about kind of where VR could go?
I think I kind of touched on this yesterday in a talk on VR, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's kind of an age-old question about, do, for example, violent games affect the way we think, etc. And with computer graphics, for so long there's been this level of abstraction with reality because it looks like a game. But as graphics is improving and is now becoming photorealistic, which is obviously what a lot of the gaming companies want to do, it becomes harder to differentiate it from reality. And the fact that you're in an immersive environment can really make it, it's just so different. It really is so different to playing a traditional game on a computer. So there is a question of, are we getting desensitized to, for example, violence because it's so realistic and because you spend so much time in there? And VR can be used very effectively for curing, for example, or post-traumatic stress disorders. There's companies that have that treat Vietnam War veterans and Iraq War veterans with VR. But I think in the future we could potentially have post-traumatic stress disorders from playing games because they're so realistic. It's quite a twist there, but we'll see. There's evidence both ways on that with regards to whether it does make you more violent, for example.
Anyone else?
Greg, you touched earlier on light field technology. Is that something that you see as an exciting possible new chapter for VR or AR?
I think it's very exciting. I love the concept of it. I think it'll be a long time before I'll be able to.
What exactly is the concept?
Yeah, so see if I just try and explain this a little bit correctly. When we're filming in the 360, we're still filming in the traditional method of each camera taking its right to the shot and it being overlapped and stitched into a kind of effective 360 film. What we don't have is depth information in that. The light field cameras, I think, if I've got this correctly, it's a new type of camera where they're building them up, and when the light comes into any scene, bounces off objects, you're getting not only the colour of the light, but you're getting the distance where it's reflected off that object and at the angle that it's hit at. So it's almost like getting scanned film data to an extent. They're doing some of the first tests with it, but in theory it means you should be able to drop into a scene that has the light field technology and tilt your head and look around the edge of an object. And how much more presence would that give you? You can look up a company called Lytro, they've got some stuff online. When it comes to compositing into films, say whatever your subject matter says, you created a dinosaur that is to be composited into a scene. The 3D modelers and animators have gone to so much effort to recreate these three-dimensional objects and light them and so forth, but ultimately they're then compositing that three-dimensional object into a 2D flat bit of film footage. With the light field technology, they'll know the distances in those scenes and drop those 3D objects in the depth. I hope that's pretty good.
We had a Lytro stills camera in the studio for a while, and they are quite extraordinary. This would just take a square frame, but you in effect can pull focus close to shoot at. So you capture a scene like this, and rather than focusing on the front row or the back row, I would have the information in that one frame to decide where I wanted to pull focus. Now that's just with stills, but clearly their next step is doing that for multiple stills, and then we have film length and full focus and post. But obviously the holy grail is the whole room with all depth information.
And I would also add, if you are interested in looking into light field technology, you should be aware of ambisonics, because it's effectively the same but for audio capturing everything that's around you. I'm not an audio expert, so I wouldn't be able to explain that very well either, but I think it's the great one for audio.
Okay. We've got time for one last question.
It's probably a question about how long is a piece of string, but just so many brilliant examples of different projects this morning, and just wondering if you could talk us through the time scales for any of the projects that you've worked on today, just in terms of that conception through to research and delivery?
Well, blimey. I think with the stuff that we're doing at the BBC, that some of it's really short time scales. If you're just talking about 360 video, in that we can literally go out and shoot something and edit it and publish it almost in the same day. And actually, for us, that's a big requirement, particularly if we're going out and covering events. So, for example, we did a 360 video of Hopping. Well, one of the examples I talked about there, we are live. We're literally streaming that live. The other stuff we turn around and it's out the next morning. For the other things that we've done within the BBC, I think, generally speaking, for things like Home, which is our immersive HTC 5 project, that was about a 6-month production. But it is how long it's a piece of string, I think.
Yeah, the data dome that I showed, that was 6 weeks from start to finish, which was a bit great now. Something like the Kuwaiti projects or the big installation jobs, they're 2 years in the making. So, fairly dramatic shifts in time scales at times, and you just want to.
That's good, so that does, a month or two, maybe for a small 360 film, right up to 2 years for doing immersive installations like the Tottenham project. We're actually building in the final tech as well. So
if we're using computer graphics, if we're not visualizing in 3D video footage in 360, if we're visualizing computer geometry, which obviously enables you to move your cameras wherever you want. So the Bannockburn project was quite a long one, a couple of years, probably working hard on that. Some of the work that we did for Historic Environment Scotland, that's data acquisition from the laser scanning. Probably data acquisition is quite quick, so you're probably looking at maybe a couple of weeks to actually acquire the point cloud data. But that's not, you can visualize that in 3D, but it's not photorealistic. So then you've got a big sort of period of time where you're turning individual point clouds into polygons, and then doing your lighting, doing texture mapping, etc. So that takes months after that. It depends, obviously, on the durations required.
I would just add that I know we've seen that some of these projects can take up to 2 years, but not to discourage anybody from jumping in. We also have done some workshops where in a 2 to 3 day intense period, as a team of you would come together and create a 360 film, and that was exciting. We did that. We ran some stuff at the Edinburgh Festival, so we had loads of great subject matter. But it very often is a team effort to create these kind of projects, leaving little bits of information and areas of expertise to deliver.
And one of my colleagues, we last summer we had the speedboats that go up and down the climb. So we all went on those, and we had one of the 360 cameras, and we just recorded that. Brilliant, and we just chucked it on YouTube straight away. So that's just minutes, and you've got an immersive experience of what it's like to sit on the speedboat and look around, and you can see the other speedboat and look around. It's very, very good quality. And those cameras are, I think Samsung one's only about 350 quid or something. So.
Okay, we're going to take a break here. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 2:15 with the next panel, which is about virtual reality experiments with Scottish Ballet, with the National Theatre from London, and actually with ourselves at UWS. But if we could first take a moment to say thank you to what's been a really inspiring panel. Thank you, Damien. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Jack. And thank you, Paul.
tell us every time what's not exactly 10%. So it nearly is always 10%.
So what we don't understand is how much people share it without just I think it is a lot of when you look at topics. I think it is, yeah, which is difficult. We did some research as well. So people we researched a range of interests and videos done short because everybody's not but then you look at all comments, it's amazing. If you then go back into a different what are they going to go, well, actually, I like that. It's definitely and it is different for us because our audience is art. Whereas games will come
it's all used to it, they're bored of their own dance.
And even people who see lots of people they say boss you and others. I need to go chill.
The demons rocket. Take stuff with us.
Nick, is that yours?
Not recommended. Yeah, I wouldn't, because the building's kind of very open and busy today. So, are they put it into anything? It's just a PDF. Oh, but fine. Dennis is old hands. Yeah. It's in a folder called Dennis. Yeah. Should I take the whole folder? Yeah. Has it been going well? Sounds like it's been going alright.
Oh, it was good. We just ran over
Into the lunch room.
That's alright. Oh, no, it's good. It's sold out and people have returned back.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we didn't tell the systems or something.
Right.
But no, it's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
got a table downstairs?
It looked like there was a big long table set out, so yeah. Just make yourself known to one of the bar staff. Yeah. Cool. Good stuff.
Right. Scottish Ballet Symposium. Yeah. Okay. And Julia.
so I can always do it anyway. But if you hit escape, when you come down here, that's Daniel's first one. That's me, I'm next. And then this is Toby's afterwards.
That sounds good.
Just put that back to the full screen. Do you want it introduced?
Just make sure I've got the order right as well. Chris, Nick, Toby.
Yeah. Can I leave it to you?
Sorry?
Should I leave it to you?
Yeah, that would be fine. You can kick us off.
Thank you.
All right, so welcome back. Hopefully everyone got some lunch and is ready for the afternoon. We have 3 people on the panel today, and each one of them have an experience in the VR theatre that Dennis and Debbie Club created. And I really recommend, if you haven't been there yet, you really have to see it for yourself. There's no other way to describe these experiences, and it will really show you a few different facets of the experiences that people are creating. So our first talk will be from Christopher Hampson. He's the creative director of the Scottish Ballet and has the perfect place in the VR cinema.
Sorry, just one moment while I get used to my PowerPoint. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This work with 360 filming has come about from an initiative that we're proceeding with at Scottish Ballet called Under the Skin, which is our foray into a digital world. We are presenting an inaugural digital season, the first dance company to do so, and we're looking at how dance and digital technology interact and how they can enhance the creative experience both from practitioners and from audiences. During this season, we're engaging with a real wide range of artists, visual artists, filmmakers, poets, and choreographers, obviously, so that we're looking at dance being presented beyond the theatre, beyond that proscenium arch. And one area that was presented to us by Laura Jane McRae, she's going to be known as LJ from here on in. So LJ came to see us at Scottish Ballet and asked if we would be interested in working with some 360 technology. We had this season underway, the digital season, so it felt like a great opportunity to be looking at how dance can work with this technology. And we did a test run, and we did what I think I'd sort of seen most 360 cameras doing, which is just a sort of park and shoot kind of thing, where you just put the camera in a room, in a setting, and what normally happens in that room goes on around that camera. So, for instance, we used one of our principal dancers, and he just did a solo from some repertoire that we already had, and we looked at how we were able to view that solo. And one thing became clear straight away. Whenever that dancer made eye contact with the camera, that instigated us to want to move with him. When he didn't, I was able to move because I knew the solo very well, so I knew where it was going. But I think for those that didn't, there was no reason to be moving as a viewer. And one of the other outcomes that came out of it was a sort of confirmation for me that audiences are inherently lazy. We all are. We're doing it now. You're just facing the front. You're probably looking at me, or you're looking up there. And I think that's what we tend to do. We do it with cinema, we do it in theatre, we do it with television every day, we do it in our tablets and our laptops. We face the screen. How do we get an audience to turn around, to move with us? And that was another part of one of the tests, was how do we do that? Movement has both its pluses and its minuses. One of the minuses is that movement is inherently going to be quite fast and it has momentum. So unlike somebody perhaps speaking to camera and then moving to a new location and talking while they're walking, movement will be mostly non-verbal, and it will pass the frame quite quickly. So how do we get the viewer to stay with that movement, stay with that person, or switch to another person without any verbal communication? But one of the great pluses about movement is it is absolutely tapping into our innate sensibilities as humans. So if you think of your field of vision and you see movement on your periphery, you will pretty much turn to look at what that movement is, if it's strong enough, if it's dynamic enough. And so actually using movement to get people to turn their heads is actually really useful. So it seemed really opportune to be using movement. One of the things we were quite keen on was LJ and I spoke about the technical aspect of 360 filming needing to serve the art form, and that the art comes first and the technology enables the art. And that became quite a mantra to us as we embarked on this project. We wanted to make sure that we were working in a narrative framework. We wanted to make sure that the technology served the artistic vision, not the other way around. So that was quite key. We used a very simple story, boy meets girl. The story is just ABA. Boy meets girl, something changes quite drastically in the relationship, and it's resolved in some way. But it was quite interesting as we started to work on it, the A part of the ABA became quite difficult because our film, being a short film, it's about 2.5 minutes long if you've not seen it. How do you get that established, the boy meets girl established in that first 15, 20 seconds? And especially one where the viewer is able to look anywhere they choose. So we decided to use a series of Polaroids to build the relationship, some snapshots. So there would be some movement, and then there would be a capture of that moment in time, perhaps when they first met, when they first set up home, and when they first really became a serious couple. It was quite interesting that the peripheral movement became quite integral there. So you had the first snapshot, how to get someone to look maybe 90 degrees to the right, and it was to do it with peripheral vision, that you see movement, the movement dissolves in front of you, you see movement on the periphery, you obviously move the frame. The second challenge was to find a setting and to make sure that the setting was worthy of a 360 world. So it needed to be a place that was important to the story, but also important to the medium. And we kept coming up with this phrase, the perfect place, which ended up being the title. But we kept talking about a perfect place and, if you like, an imperfect place. And the imperfect place became inside this main character, the female, who's played by one of our dancers, Maddie Squire, inside her head, what her real emotions were. The place we found needed to be big enough and interesting enough to live in a 360 world. You can just see the dancers here, one on a table, one hopefully about to be caught. And that was something we decided to look at in terms of telling the narrative with the viewpoint of the viewer being quite front on. And then we had the idea of, as we transfer the narrative inside her head, that we start to look above. And we actually hung the camera from the ceiling. And we used the choreography to keep the lead character with eye contact engaged with us, which necessitated some quite different choreography than we would normally use. We don't normally have the audience sitting on the ceiling. They're normally sitting where you are. So the choreographer, Sophie Laplan, came up with some beautiful work that enabled this female character to stay with us as the story progressed. Now, I mentioned that movement moves very quickly, and one of the beauties of 360, of course, is that the story is seamless. It just happens around you. However, that's not how it works in practice, and the camera we were using actually has the seam at 180 degrees. So the way we wanted to tell the story was in 360, but we also wanted to make sure that it was in very good quality. And so our very good friends at the BBC allowed us to use their green screen studios. And what we actually ended up doing was segmenting the movement, if you like slices of cake. So we ended up in the green screen, and we had to recreate everything that we'd done in the house that we were using. We recreated within this green screen environment to join the seams, which was quite testing because movement inherently just has slight differences to it, and the distance between the dancer and the camera became really imperative. So it was quite marked out, the space, and it really was a credit to the dancers' skill at being so precise with their movements that we were able to join the seams. If you're able to see this film, which I urge you to do, when we're inside the female dancer's head, we're in a different location. We're in quite an industrial place, and you'll see just in the background there, you'll see some boxes, and in this next shot you'll see me vaguely running around these boxes. These became our seams, and we built that into the set, so the boxes actually piled on top of each other. As the dancer passed behind, we were able to make the cut, reset, and then take again, so that it really did stay quite seamless. What I think has, having gone through the process of making the film, what really heartened me about working in 360 was how much I had to rely on theatrical expertise. If you like, I'm that generation that spans the analog and the digital, and it really helped in this environment. My skill is normally getting around 2,000 people to look at one bit of the stage at a very particular point in time with about 30 or 40 people on stage. And there's lots of devices that you pick up along the way to do that. So unlike in television or film, where you may just make a cut to a close-up, you may just adjust the focus. In theatre, on stage, we don't have that luxury. That's done with moving people, stagecraft, pulling focus, moving focus, throwing attention somewhere to refocus the attention somewhere else later on. All of these little tricks just became invaluable when we were thinking in a 360 world, and especially when you're not using verbal narrative, when you're just using movement. The female character in this film has pretty much constant eye contact with the viewer. So when you watch it, it really is very clear it's her story. And the more confident the viewer gets, the more he or she is able to move around that character, but not too far, because we always just interrupt it with a walk past by the main character where she pulls focus again. As I said, it's titled The Perfect Place. I also like an alternative title, which is How to Get Someone to Do a Pirouette Unintentionally. For what we did when we had got a rough cut of the film was we ourselves watched it, and I first allowed the choreographer, Sophie Laplan, to watch it. And it was so gratifying. It's 2.5 minutes, and the first minute she'd moved maybe, a third of the way this way and back and a third of the way that way. And then there's a moment where the lead character runs, and you have a choice to follow or to not to follow. And pretty much, I would say nearly 100% of people have continued, and then they go round, and then they've ended up doing one 360 turn, which for us was such a blessing of the whole project, because we really wanted to make sure that it was still directorial, in that we needed to tell a narrative, and we needed to, in a way, direct the viewer so that the viewer gets choreographed too. And I think that's quite important. It's something if I'm lucky enough to work in this environment again, is something I would take even further. The other example of that was in this moment where we looked down on the action. And that's another point at which when I reflect and watch viewers seeing this film, there is a moment, and I always know when it is because there's a gasp and their head goes down. And it really is a moment that arrests the attention and again refocuses the viewer. So I think some of those key elements that we learned during this process have been vital. I've been asked a few times since we've done this project whether it's something we'd like to do again. It most definitely is. It suits dance in particular very well because of the fluidity of movement. It means that these athletic souls can run forward, pull attention, pull focus, very fast, very slow. Their ability to have dynamic in their movement is that much greater than with it just being some verbal communication. I think also the world in which it lives, we worked with some post-production at the beginning of it so that there's a sort of a virtual world and then we go into the real world. I think there's a lot more to be done in that virtual world. I find that quite stimulating to think that we will be able to create anything we like. And we were quite careful at the beginning of this project. One of the things we asked ourselves was, do we want to be anywhere we want? And actually, between the team, we decided that we needed some barriers, we needed some framework, because otherwise it would just be never-ending. So we did decide to inhabit a real world, very much so for most of the film. But I think there's much more scope to be had from a virtual world as well, where design can really come into its own. So I think there's plenty more to be ploughed, if you like, from this medium. And I'll just finish by saying the rest of our digital season has been incredibly diverse. We have been collaborating with lots of different people, as I said at the beginning. But this particular medium of 360 film has been perhaps one of the most collaborative. It has involved choreography, filmmaking, digital editing, post-production, photography, movement direction, concept, storyboarding. It's been one of the most fulfilling parts, probably, of the digital season, even though I probably shouldn't have a favourite. But this really has been highly collaborative, and I think that's probably going forward within this medium where I think dance can really have a place. It can bring together, as dance always has done, sound, vision, and movement brilliantly. So I've really enjoyed working in this 360 world, and I urge you to see the film. Thank you very much.
So our next speaker is Professor Nick Higgins. He's the director of the University of West of Scotland's Creative Media Academy and a director of the circuit. And as we go through the different talks today, you'll see the range of different practices that are involved here and the different topics. And seeing that range will be really interesting for our questions. So, take it away.
Okay, so I thought I'd talk a little bit about how a university has come to make a 360 film and why we're interested in VR. The story really starts here. About 3 years ago is when I started at the University of West of Scotland and became the director of the Creative Media Academy. UWS is a multi-campus university. The main headquarters is Paisley. We've also got Hamilton and we've got a place in Dumfries. We're actually cultural tenants here. We've got a space in Film City. But most of our degrees, certainly the creative industry degrees, are taught at our Ayr campus, which is an £81 million state-of-the-art modern campus. It's a wee bit like the BBC in miniature. We've got lots of great TV studios downstairs, so good that STV Local are going to broadcast from there. We've got a radio studio, We've got great sound mixing suites. We've got all the kit. But the students, when I first arrived, I still got the impression from them that as far as they were concerned, life was happening elsewhere. Maybe in Glasgow, but I don't think it's just our AIR students. I think the students in Glasgow sometimes think life is happening in London, and in London they sometimes think it's Berlin, and Berlin they sometimes think it's New York. And for a lot of our students, and I think social media compounds this, and their experience of Netflix and Amazon and social media, they're always living kind of elsewhere. So the question was how to get them to think about their locality in a different way. And the question, or the answer to that question, was to come up with something that we've called UWS.io. That's UWS Interactive Online. And I went to the ISO Digital Design Agency and asked them if they would help us build effectively a platform for a bunch of digital experiments that would try and bring the students together from these different groups, because that was the other thing I discovered. If you did filmmaking, you rarely knew a student in music. If you did dance, you rarely knew somebody else in journalism. So we called it Digital Third Space. The idea was to make the projects real by publishing them. It was to remind students that it didn't matter where they were in the world, you can publish from the internet, you can make your scene where you are. And it makes a big difference once you know people are going to actually see your project and go live. But we also wanted it to be something experimental, and we wanted industry people to engage with us in that way as well. So not just to come to us and make a film or to make a TV program, but to come and sort of see what the digital medium could do. So the first project we came up with was the nuclear issue, because Hunterston Nuclear Power Station is in Ayrshire. And so we decided to take 24 students down to Hunterston, and we called it the 2.4 kilometre project. I'm just going to let this run a wee bit, because this project is built for tablets and for smartphones for consuming on a desktop. And what we did was and 2.4 is not, it's not a random number. The people that live within 2.4 kilometres of the nuclear power station get potassium iodine tablets if there's an accident. So we were interested in the question of what it's like living next to nuclear power. So students went in, and it was a mixed media project. That means some of them recorded films, some of them recorded audio, some of them did some animation. And then we organised this material into 3 categories, into the visible, the invisible, and the hidden. The visible things you can see, the invisible things you can't, like radiation, and the hidden, the things you maybe could see but you're not allowed to see, such as things inside the nuclear reactor. So it was a project that was multidisciplinary in this regard, and it got the students to think about digital and online as a different form, not just a TV program, not just a film, but something that you'd need to collaborate with fellow students with different skill sets to create and work with. So that was the first project. And the second project we decided to do in the River Aire. The River Aire runs right by the campus, but of course none of the students know anything about it. So we thought, how do we explore this? And we decided we'd make this an audio project. So we brought in somebody called Chris Watson, who the name you may or may not have heard of, but you certainly will have heard his work. He does nearly all the sound for the David Attenborough wildlife films and documentaries. He also works with Bjork, and he's also a founding member of Cabaret Voltaire, so he's a really interesting, creative location sound practitioner. So we created the river issue. Again, we took 24 students, and we took them to the source of the river, which is 41 miles away from the campus, and they created an audio journey all the way from there right down to the port and to the sea. And this, again, was to get people to think about sound in a different way, not to think of it as a purely instrumental thing, where you need something for an interview or something to go with your television program, but what could you do creatively? What might the form be? We shot it, or we recorded it in winter, so here you've got some quite creaky ice on the river. But what you found was the students, for once, listened really, really intently. And we brought in different technology as well. We used hydrophones, and we used parabolic microphones. So we let them use all sorts of different kind of kit. And of course, what we're really trying to build here is a kind of sophistication in terms of what people might do in a particular role, and how they might collaborate with each other, and hopefully come up with digital forms that are different from the traditional forms of television and, let's say, film. So this then brings us to the project that's really brought me here today and raised this question of what immersive filmmaking is all about and how to understand virtual reality and augmented reality. which is The Circuit, which is a film, 360 film that we have on in the VR movie house. Whilst we've got the river on one side of the Ayr campus, what we have on the other side is the Ayr racecourse. So the question was, how do we explore the Ayr racecourse? It seemed to me that this was a good opportunity for a 360 film. It's probably in some ways, in my background as a documentary filmmaker, I thought there's something akin to a process film here. So we negotiated access, which is a classic documentary thing to do as well, but in this case involving the British Horse Racing Association. And we got access to the weigh-in room, and we wanted to follow the race from the weigh-in room to the paddock, to heading out onto the track through the gates, the starter gates, right round to the winner's enclosure. And again, we pulled a team of students together, some from broadcast production, radio and television, and some from filmmaking. And this guy here at the bottom is Jamie Gillespie from the ISO studio team, who's a key part of this project. And so we basically, as somebody mentioned earlier, negotiated great access, which allowed us to put our camera in positions that normally the public would not get access to. And we shot quite a lot of footage. And with that footage, what we realized, and this is one of the things that documentary makers all aspire to, people very quickly ignore a 360-degree camera. There's nothing going on. There's no camera person standing there. It sits alone. And so the behavior is completely natural. It's not self-conscious. And what we realized that you were essentially spying, you were a voyeur in this sense. And so it gave a fantastically immersive sense of being there. But that would be one thing. And here's some of this sort of footage here. But the real question is, what brings this to a different level? What stops it just being footage? And we've heard a wee bit about the BBC doing a number of projects where you place cameras and you can capture things from interesting locations. But what makes it a film? A film needs a structure, a film needs some sort of idea, a film usually needs a director's point of view. And when your point of view you can't control, then how do you do that? Well, the technique that we went for was really to base it on the testimony of one jockey. This is Jason Hart doing his own early screening of the film to make sure he was happy with it. We realized in doing our research that the jockeys, they treat a day at the races as a day at work, surprisingly enough. There's only 450 jockeys in the whole of the UK, but there's 14,000 racehorses. And there's 4,000 at work at any one point in the racing calendar. So what that means is that jockeys often get on a horse that they've never been on before. They know nothing about it. So their day starts with being in the weigh-in room and asking somebody if they've ever ridden this horse to get a feel for what it's like. The next thing they do is they speak to the trainer and they say to them what's it like. The next thing they do is speak to the owner. And then as soon as they get on the horse, it's all down to their ability to adapt and feel and their intuition to figure out whether or not they're going to be able to ride this thoroughbred animal to victory or not. So we found this juxtaposition fascinating, that the sort of deadpan delivery of somebody who's doing a day-in, day-out job juxtaposed to a day at the races for the punter, which might be the best day of their life or their worst day if they lose their shirt, gave the film a structure. So I'm just going to give you a wee taste of the trailer for this.
Well, if you're in front, it feels blooming great. If you're not in front, then it's not so great.
You've got a wee glimpse of the sort of money shot there at the end. If you follow the race in our VR film, and as the horses cross the line, you keep on turning around, you see this couple giving each other a kiss at the end of the race. And it would be a perfect cut if only we could be sure that the audience would follow the ride like that, which led us a lot to working with 360-degree audio and raised a lot of questions about how we do that. So really this project was a learning project for us, trying to figure out what is the workflow for 360 and what the problems are. And for documentary, they're considerable because whilst you can choreograph dancers and whilst you can choreograph theatre, if you're going to take on a project of this nature, especially with the general public, you can't really choreograph them. So how do you sort of give people a VR experience that is in some way sort of directed? In the process of doing this, I caught the eye of the vice principal of the university, and he too has been tracking the growth of virtual reality. And he started to wonder about this as a question that wasn't just something for our project at UWS.io and the students in the Creative Media Academy, but how does this technology really make a difference to everyone in the university? How should we be using immersive virtual reality and augmented technology in the way we work? The problem, of course, in some sense is that many people within our institution have never even experienced it at all. So he asked me to make a short piece that posed that question to university staff, so I'm going to show you that now.
Because we're in virtual reality, we're here together, and we have the space where we can just do whatever we want, right? So do you want to go somewhere?
All the media that we watch, television, cinema, they're these windows into these other worlds. I want you through the window. I want you on the other side. It's a machine, but inside of it, it feels like real life. It feels like truth.
VR gives us newfound powers to scale and make experiential, dynamic, engaging learning. If all of us, or even some of us, get this right, it could change the way that we teach and learn.
So the question for a university like UWS is, how do we engage with these immersive technologies? How might they change the way we conduct our research, how we teach our students, and how we collaborate with society?
So we're just at the start of this project, but we've posed a question across the whole institution about what an immersive university could be. It's really to say to people, you know, if you take this VR and you take this AR technology, where's its place in your teaching? Where's its place in your research? And where's its place if you deal with people outside in society? We're working with the psychology department. We've got people from the School of Education. We've got people from the School of Computing. And there's obviously us from the Creative Media Academy. And we've kind of decided that there's a few things that have come out of it. There's what I would call instrumental tools, i.e. virtual realities, where you could have a virtual reality lecture, a sort of PowerPoint for VR, which is in some ways very straightforward and not particularly creative. There's questions of simulations. I think you might have seen in Paul Chapman's talk this morning how useful VR is for visualizing things that are complicated, like anatomy. But not just anatomy, there's conceptual questions for algebra, for physics. And so we've got a group that work in serious games at the university. And so they're creating a number of VR experiences that are to help students learn those kinds of subject areas. And we work in serious games which are also similar to sort of health and safety visualizations. But there are also questions that we have for many of our colleagues work in criminal justice. They want the experience of what it might be like to give evidence in court. So there's a number of sort of ways that it can work for our institution. And then there's, of course, this question of empathy, which in many ways I think is at the heart of the humanities in a university anyway. We've always looked to literature in terms of generating empathy, and of course more recently we've looked to film. And VR does have its place in this as well. And so for our journalism students, there's real questions about and we're going to show an example. Darren Emerson is here. He's got a film that deals with refugees and people being involuntarily put into prisons and detention centres. And there's a number of films like that give our students the experience that can be part of the blended teaching package. But of course, we don't just want to be consumers. We want to be critical consumers, but we also want to make this kind of VR. So the circuit was just the first project of ours, and now we think we've learnt a few tricks. We've learnt a few things that work, a few things that don't, and so now we're going to start doing a few more projects. Another thing to make this possible is the setup of an immersive lab, which we're about to create at the university. That's a bookable teaching space that allows people to use this technology, as I'm saying, within their classes. It also allows us to bring in people from the outside to come and work within the university with us. And I'm just going to give you a wee look at one of the projects that we're about to embark on. It's not my film, it's Paul Cameron, I don't know if he's here. But it'll give you a wee taste of what we're up to in Paisley now.
The trouble with virtual reality and live video streaming is it's wasted on the young. It's great fighting zombies and watching celebrities, but we want to use this tech for something far more exciting. We want to take the housebound elderly to the theatre, the park and local events. We are the charity Raw Connections for Life, and we work for the older citizens in Renfrewshire. We run clubs, groups and activities, including sessions in new technology. We work to enable participants to stay actively engaged in their community and their own lives. Since 2010, we have reached thousands, and today we have over 900 active users. In 2021, Paisley hopes to be the UK City of Culture, bringing a plethora of new attractions and events to Renfrewshire, which sadly many of the housebound elderly will be unable to attend. RAW want to use VR and live video streaming to connect these people to what's happening over their doorsteps. Funding will help us set up a channel to create and present bespoke content specifically aimed at the older housebound in Renfrewshire. VR films will let them experience local parks and museums. Live streaming will take them to performances, and live video tours with two-way comms will let them take an active part in exhibitions and events. The model can then be replicated in other areas, bringing the experience to thousands. Now, isn't that better than zombies and celebrities?
That was very exciting.
So you can see this is kind of typical of our university in a way. The question is, where's the need? Who's really going to, has a special sort of need for VR? People who maybe have disabilities or the elderly who can't have certain experiences, can we bring experiences to them that they otherwise wouldn't get? So that's the next project for us. But I hope you can see how this fits in with our question of how you explore your locality, how you use digital to sort of figure out a creative way of understanding where you live and how you feel about where you live. So thank you very much.
All right, our final talk of the session before we break out into a panel and a discussion is from Toby Coffey. He's the head of digital development at the National Theatre and has in the virtual movie house Fabulous Wonderland, which is another example of the wide range of different types of experiences that people are creating for VR. So I'll invite him now, and we'll have our final talk before we break into the discussion and panel.
Screen mode, there we go. Thank you for having us. It's really, really nice to see here in the previous two presentations the word collaboration being used so much. It's really, really important, I think, to kind of work with kind of creative partners and technical partners, logistical partners, because we're all kind of finding out what this industry means to us, and it is more collaborative than kind of a lot of other kind of areas have been in the past in terms of being able to do that. Everyone's happy to share their learnings and kind of lift each other up as they're learning things as well. What I wanted to do was give you kind of a brief overview of the NT, where we come from in terms of kind of digital innovation, a bit of my perspective on where the VR industry is, and then also to talk about the work that we're doing in VR, immersive technologies, 360, etc., etc. So we've been described as the busiest producing theatre in the world, which means that it's just a very, very kind of lean forward organisation. It's a theatre making factory, so we have, that's the paint frame, we've got scenic art, prop making, carpentry, each of their own kind of small factory, metalworks, armoury, where we make guns and bombs, costumes, and there's just having everything done all in that one place kind of builds a community of people that are always striving to deliver the kind of the next thing that's going to be on stage. So we've got 3 theatres, a learning centre, a studio, which is where our studio is based, and kind of restaurants and pubs and things. So in 2016 we staged 35 plays, 27 of which are new productions, which is just an incredible amount of work to be going, like to be working on any one time. There's about 1,000 people work in the organisation, but it goes up to about 1,250 people when you bring in all the other creators and directors, etc. And really interested in kind of the kind of development of what digital's meant for us. In 2009, I think, we started National Theatre Live, which is where we broadcast to cinemas around the world. And Nick Heitner, who's the artistic director at that time, said in the very first broadcast, this is an experiment. We don't know if it's going to work. And now it helps us increase our audience reach to kind of 7.6 million people, which includes a huge number of that is kind of our international audience of people who are watching the broadcasts. We also, what we started doing with the NT Live broadcasts is that they go into primary schools for free. I think that will be secondary schools later this year. So if I can just show you a trailer. Should I go back to the desktop, do you think? Oh, is it quick time? Yep. Oh, is it? We can do VR, but we can't operate PDFs. That one? Cool. So this is a trailer actually for National Theatre Live rather than just for National Theatre. So there's some other performers in here that are from other organisations.
Counting to show 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I still love you. I loved you more than anyone on earth.
Never pray more. Abandon all remorse.
Where are we?
In hell.
Sometimes one just has to draw the line.
Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth overwhelm them to men's eyes.
Interesting that we've never had a trailer for National Theatre, but as soon as we got to cinema broadcasts, we needed trailers, and we make trailers all the time now. Kind of educating people what the work is, because the kind of audiences that potentially wouldn't necessarily go to the theatre. And one of the things that we found as well is that the NT Live as a concept and live cinema broadcast is actually increasing regional arts attendance, which is a really great thing to come out of it, because that was one of the fears that people had before it came about, that it was going to detract from that. So that's us. In terms of kind of VR and 360, there was somebody from Facebook at Sundance a couple of years ago who said we're kind of at the 8mm phase of VR, but I actually think we're a lot earlier than that. There's so much to be found out, which is a great opportunity. VR years are like dog years. there's so much happens in a 12-month period, it's ridiculous. It's a gold rush mentality at the moment. And those three things together mean that there's lots of opportunity, but there's also lots of opportunity for shit work to be made. And what we think we need to do as kind of creative practitioners is kind of keep the kind of bar really, really high. What we don't want is audiences to get bored of VR through kind of mediocre advertising campaigns that dominate the market. It's really, really important that we kind of, people in the room, but also that kind of government, invest in the development of strong creative work so that people kind of, this sits on top of the creative industries in the same way as film and cinema and theatre and dance do. So at the NT, we've kind of always had a history of innovation and digital innovation in a way that a lot of people weren't aware of. And we got our new creative director, Rufus Norris, about 18 months, 2 years ago. And how it happened with Rufus actually is that I put what now looks completely knackered, but it was like a Google Cardboard on his head and showed him walking New York. I don't know if people have seen that, but at the time I was using that as a consistent film to kind of gauge people's reactions to. And I think this is a first or second meeting with him, so I didn't know how to judge him too well. And he took the headset off and just looked at me blankly for 10 seconds, me not knowing whether I've just lost my job or whether this is a really good thing. But he was just really incensed and he said, we've got to do something with this now. He said, we don't know where it's going, but the potential for it as a storytelling medium is huge. And as a national storytelling organisation, we should be up there and we should be working out what it means to us. We should be helping define it as a kind of quality storytelling mechanism. And his kind of philosophy is, like when he joined, he was reading Creativity Inc., which is the story of Pixar, which I found incredibly kind of interesting, that like our new artistic director was reading a book that I hadn't even got around to reading. And you know, his perspective is that things like technology and Pixar are amazing, but it's actually when you bring the creatives in, the storytellers, that's when the amazing work comes, and that's when your audiences come and it moves on as a medium. And so that's very much the heart of where we are in the Immersive Storytelling Studio. So what we do is we kind of socialise artists with emerging technologies. So at the moment, the flavour of the day is VR 360, bit of motion capture, and work out what it means for them for their storytelling practices. It's really important that we don't, and this is something we're learning as well, put parameters down in front of people. We kind of bring them into the environment, and they come back with some incredible ideas, which I can show you some of them as we go along. But the first venture for us was, we had a showing called Wonder.Land, which is Damon Albarn's musical adaptation of Alice in Wonderland, in which Alice is actually an avatar of a girl in high school called Ali. The rabbit hole is the internet, and Wonderland is this virtual digital world. So what we decided we wanted to do, well, people ask, what are you going to do digitally? Are you going to make a game? Which I didn't want to do. Also, I've been playing around with VR, and it just felt like the opportunity to make a digital Wonderland in VR was too good to be true. So we created a virtual reality music experience, which you can see here, Fabulous Wonderland, which allows you to fall down the rabbit hole, experience Wonderland, and then be serenaded by Che, the Cheshire Cat. And so I think the version here is on the Samsung Gears. So the only difference between, I mean, this is a learning thing as well, with different formats, etc. So it was originally developed for the Oculus, and this version is just slightly less interactive, but it's not that you would notice. It was really well received. It got selected for Sundance, which was just incredible, because this is like, okay, this is our first piece of VR. It was in Cannes Film Festival, MoMA. This slide actually came from me educating the board. So it's seeing your film about how do we communicate what immersion is to the university is really, really interesting to me, because that's what I'm constantly doing, is educating our stakeholders about why this is a good thing. not because they're asking for it, but just because I think that's good practice. And so, you know, some people think, oh, film festival might get like 1,000 people or something, but we got access to over 200,000 audiences from the film festival circuit last year, and that's a really substantial number and a really interesting way for us to reach new audiences. So for us to say, okay, do we want to spend this amount of money on a film that might go to this market, we can now say, actually, that is potentially a really good investment. In the show, To Escape the Bullies, Ali uses a phone to go into Wonderland, and she does it in the school toilets. So we wanted not to just do a digital kind of representation. We designed a whole installation whereby the world of the show spilled over into the front of house stages. And for the VR, what we did, because she goes into the school toilets, is we recreated the school toilets front of house. So you had to sit on the toilet to go into Wonderland in the same way that she did. Which worked really, really well. We had over 90,000 people experience the VR in a 5-month period, which was beyond what we were, you know, thinking we were going to get. If we'd got 10 or 20,000, that would have been amazing. But 90,000, it's actually more people than saw the show. Also, people are used to queuing up for the toilet, so there was kind of a mechanism already in place. Didn't mind waiting to see the VR because sometimes people can get a bit grumpy. There were no accidents. The next project that we did was a 360-degree piece of verbatim storytelling. And so Rufus had been volunteering in the Calais jungle over Christmas and last Christmas. And he came back and we were having a meeting with the BBC just about kind of drama in VR and kind of what the future for that was. But he was like, wow, that is the type of place that you need to get a 360 camera. Traditional film and photography can just not convey what the kind of circumstances and what the experience is like. So we kind of went over to Calais and filmed on 8 separate occasions. And what the film, at that point in time, we didn't know how, as an organisation, we were going to respond artistically to the refugee crisis, but we knew that this was probably a temporary situation and we wanted to document it, so we got over there straight away. And the idea was that we weren't going to interview people, we just wanted to document what the space was inside and outside of the kind of structures where people were living. And then along the way, we were introduced to a guy called Amir, who's a 22-year-old Sudanese refugee, and he just had an unbelievable life to get to this particular point. And he was really keen to tell his story. So what we did was we worked with a verbatim storyteller. So we worked with an original interview, and then we condensed that down to be a really strong piece of writing as part of the process. It was interesting because we filmed on 8 separate occasions because the jungle started to be dismantled while we were there, and then it felt kind of an obligation that we should document that process. We'd only intended to go and shoot once or twice. And the first draft of the film from the filmmakers, and this is all a learning experience for everyone, so this is you know, in no way judgmental, was kind of like the filmmakers' showreel of their time in Calais. It wasn't a dramatic piece of storytelling. And so what I said is, what we need to do, first of all, is actually treat this like a radio play and strip out any film. Let's work on the story, let's work on the delivery, get that right, and then we'll start to bring in the film to kind of accommodate and support the story itself. And what we went from was probably a 6-minute film with maybe 40 different shots to a 13-minute film with maybe 15 or possibly 20 different shots. And it's a much more considered, well-paced out piece of storytelling that delivers a much more effective kind of message, I think. And also the filmmakers at the time were working to, you know, they were telling me the film was going to be 6 minutes long. And I was saying, well, why? And they were like, oh, that's just the time that kind of the films are at this point, which really pissed me off because it was just like, don't succumb to these imaginary rules. Like we said, the film will be what the film needs to be. If it needs to be half an hour, then be half an hour. Obviously, you know, at that point, people would think that was not the right thing to do. And you know, we didn't want to make a half-hour film, but I was just making the point: don't be defined by some guy over there who says, "I think this should be 6 minutes," or "Everyone can only keep the goggles on for 6 minutes," or whatever. Also did really well at film festivals. So again, I mean, this got recognition for kind of journalistic achievement, which was great, because it was a journalistic piece, but it was also dramatic storytelling. So again, we're kind of reaching different audiences in a new way. I'll move quite quickly now, but like in terms of the stuff that we've got coming up, we're working with a group of writers to develop new work. And so we've been showing them the technologies and then asking them to go away and start to come up with ideas that demand to be told in 360 or VR, or significantly enhanced by doing that. Draw Me Close is really interesting projects that we are presenting at Tribeca Film Festival next month, and this came out of a collaboration with the National Film Board of Canada, and is a really, really good example of why you shouldn't put parameters down in front of artists. So when we ran a lab with the National Film Board of Canada, so we had 2 Canadian artists, 2 UK artists, and the idea is that we come up with a prototype for each of the artists' work, and so we supported them with a group of creative technologists, and people were saying, so we create a prototype for each artist, and people were saying to me, okay, what's a prototype going to be? I just said, that's not for us to answer that question, that's for the artist to answer the question. And one of my producers, she was like, well, that's all very noble, but you know, what we're talking about, like a 12-minute VR film, and I was like, no, we're not answering that question, let's see what they come back with. So Jordan's piece is a piece about the last synaptic moment that you have with someone before they die, and it's about the relationship between him and his mother, who has stage 4 cancer, and it's a pretty powerful piece. The final piece will be an hour long. This is a chapter which is about 8 to 9 minutes, and what happens is you as the audience go into a room which is carpeted, you take your shoes off, and you put the headset on, and the whole headset is mediated, the whole world is mediated through your eyes, through illustrations and live illustration. So what you also have, and at this point you are 5-year-old Jordan, so this is taken from a memory that he's got from when he's 5 years old. In the room with you is an actress. This actress here is Tamsin, and she's wearing a motion capture suit, and her movements are relayed into the live animation. So what happens is she comes in from work, and she comes and gives you a hug, but you get a hug from the actress in real life, and you're being hugged by the animated mother inside the headset. And at that point, you can just see people's bodies just kind of give into it. They understand what's happening. They understand this has never happened before. Then you get down on the floor and you draw on big pieces of paper, physically, but also in the VR, so you can draw things. She then, I won't go into the story, but she tucks you into bed at night as well. So when it gets to the end of the day, she walks you over to bed, tucks you in, and kind of, I mean, everyone's like, God, I've not been tucked into bed for years, and now I've just been tucked into bed by this animated mother. But totally, you know, hand on heart, what an amazing creative talent, you know, for him to come up with this. And along the way, you know, even I was like, what, motion capture, live animation? I was like, wow, doing quite a lot of things here, which for me actually made me think, oh, we might not pull this off because there might be too much in there. But just with the right group of people, the really strong creative mind that he's got, it's just produced this really compelling piece. It's more illustration from inside. We have a film school, which is probably not the right term, but it's where we are taking writers and directors through the process of making 360 films with no intention for output. So we filmed a short play last year, but that was just to test live streaming and for actors, directors to all be in the room together and kind of start figuring stuff out without the pressure of it being a live show, as it were. We're producing a series of backstage films. We're looking at some form of adaptation. Like, Rufus is very keen on new writing for this, but we're also looking at adaptation of existing productions. We're doing some work with Darren in a couple of weeks on a Hamlet piece with a company from New York. Blended Productions is a thing that we believe will be an entity at some point in time. We don't know exactly when. We've turned a designer down already who wanted to do something in augmented reality a couple of months ago, and we were just like, we're not ready, audiences aren't ready, you know, we need to find a found space rather than use one of our kind of over 1,000-seater theatres. We just don't know the mechanic of all that yet. So it's really important to just not jump at these things. We're not about being the first or the biggest. It's about being the best, and that's the stuff that people remember. And then we are using it for design as well. So we've got a designer, Ray Smith, who designed Warhorse. I mean, this is a really simple thing that she's done, but she's created some really elaborate worlds using tilt brush. And what we're doing is looking at how we can take that kind of environment and put it into our production pipeline so that we can actually potentially build some of the stuff that she designs in the spaces. And then we're also working with mixed reality. We had Microsoft HoloLens in this week, and we did 2 sessions. We did a session with technical people, so we're very much going to fast track how we can start using augmented reality as part of a pre-visualization tool, so you can walk into a theatre that's actually blank, but you can see how the stage would work, and make the adjustments that you need to do before you commit to the production process. And then we're also looking at it as a storytelling opportunity as well. So with the second session was with creatives and what they can do with this kind of new technology. That's it. Thank you. Sorry, 3 minutes over.
Brilliant. So that gives you an idea of the kind of exciting projects that are happening, and they're all so different, which I think is really exciting as well. So I'm Dr. Julie Williamson, and I'm from the University of Glasgow. And my own work has looked at interactive, I'm in the computing science department, and it looks at interactivity with spherical content. So I think VR is a really exciting place to start working. So I'll invite each of the speakers up to the front. I've got just a handful of questions to start us off, and then we'll open questions to the whole group. But make yourselves comfortable. So just to warm us up to start, one of the things that I think is really nice in each of the 3 films that I saw was that you all have different ways of addressing the viewer or making personal contact to the viewer. And I just wondered if each of you could kind of discuss a little bit your approach in doing that and the different techniques that you've used.
Well, for our part, it was quite clear that we definitely wanted the viewer to be on a journey. But I think more questions got raised about who are you casting the viewer as? Are they really a viewer, or are they part of the action? I think that's something that's quite exciting that might come up in the future, is are they actually a character? Are they actually part of that narrative? Do they add value to the narrative or to the film?
I mean, in our case, we originally had the notion that the point of view would be that of the jockey, and that quickly proved impossible. We might have found a jockey that'd be willing to put a camera on his helmet, but pretty unlikely in a professional race. They're also quite big, they're quite heavy, or at this stage they sort of were. And there's just too much motion. So I wasn't sure actually if it was going to work, but really what the testimony does is it gives you that sense of interiority. So you're inside the jockey's head, and the jockey too is also a kind of everyman in some sense. And the idea of the circuit is that you're experiencing one race, but it's like an eternal race. There's going to be another race, and these jockeys are just going from one horse to the next, to the next, to the next. And so that slightly changed the point of view. So that's where I've seen it's more of an experience of what it's like to be a jockey, rather than so much a direct POV of a particular jockey.
For in the Wonderland film, I mean, that's very much just an opportunity for you to experience Wonderland. When we intentionally didn't put too much demand on the person, it should feel like a music video, like a pop music video. So it's kind of ephemeral, and you just kind of enjoy it and would do it straight away afterwards. We did look at whether we bring some kind of game mechanic in there or some form of narrative, but it felt like we were trying too hard to do something that could just be enjoyable in its own right. I mean, the cat addresses you, so you've got a sense that you are being kind of, you're playing a role as such, but you don't have any active kind of involvement as such. With Home, because we'd filmed it in a very particular way, again, you're very much more kind of a ghost in the room, which I think is a completely valid thing, a way of telling stories. But, you know, the medium does completely demand that we investigate the role of the viewer, and that's, you know, that's really, really exciting. Yeah, and kind of we'll work out what works, what doesn't work, what that kind of means. But again, this is all part of it being way before the 8mm phase, because, you know, what role does the camera play, or what role does the audience play, if it plays a role at all? Then do you bring in any kind of interaction? You shouldn't do necessarily. I mean, people say 360 film's dead, interactive VR is the only way to go. It's just like, well, actually, you know, if you've made a really good piece of 360 storytelling, then I might take that feedback from you. But nobody who ever says that actually has. They're just trying to be skipping, you know, what is a really, really important phase, which is how do you tell really strong stories in these mediums.
I think, can I just add, sorry, just riffing off that, because I think there needs to be a sense of investment too from the viewer. I think otherwise, if you're in a situation where you feel as a viewer that the action happens whether you're there or not, there's a sort of disengage or disconnect. And I think more so with 360, it's finding that link, finding the importance of the viewer in however that transfers itself into the project.
Yeah, so my next question follows on quite closely from that. I mean, the experiences that are in the VR movie house are in Gear VR. The user has a relatively limited amount of agency where they look, and that's and some small input techniques. But a lot of the newer VR, you know, thinking about room scale, things with input and much more rich interaction, what do you think that, what effect will that have on creating content here? Do you think that agency of the viewer can be balanced with creative practice, or what do you think are the tensions that are there?
Well, I would say that we're really early stages with that. So we have an HTC Vive and we have a few different kits, but what we're about to create with our immersive lab is effectively a playground. And I think we don't know the parameters yet of the medium, and also it involves, especially when it's including graphics and 3D animation, it involves pulling together teams and skill sets that at least myself as a documentary filmmaker I don't normally work with, you know, games, engines like Unity and this sort of thing. So if I just take the project that we're about to embark on with the old folks group in sort of Paisley, we're really doing that as a co-development project with them. So the first thing we're going to do is give them a whole bunch of VR experiences and then take their feedback from that about what they liked, what they didn't, and what they would like to create. And then there, in fact, we're going to build the brief with them. And that's how we're sort of going forward. So it's collaborative both in the tech side, but it's also collaborative in terms of the audience.
I think it's all kind of to be determined. You know, that whole mix of working with game developers, and whether we'll be calling these people game developers in 2 years' time, or you know, is interesting. There's some people who, I mean, all the genres are blending, all the kind of the work disciplines are blending. I was having a kind of quite heated conversation with someone recently who was saying the kind of, you will lose the need for story. You know, once you actually put all your work into the story world, and then hand it over to the audience, and they will make their own story, which I don't believe. That, for me, that's a game development environment, is that you create a world and then give it over to the audience to have a very interactive experience with. There's, you know, we've told stories for, you know, since time began, kind of thing. I still like to be told a story by a professional storyteller. If I think I've always got to do all the work, again, going back to being lazy, that, you know, I'm not the world's best storyteller. Some other people are, and I like listening to them. So it's just kind of working out how these kind of disciplines combine together. I mean, you know, gaming has moved on massively in the past like 5 to 10 years in terms of the sophistication of stories that are told. So I think it's all moving in the right direction. It's just, again, no one person's got the right rules. Let's just all get in a room and work it out together and have loads of fun doing it.
Yeah, probably had really so little experience of that side of the industry that, but I just echo what you're saying is that there's a sense of what if you're in an environment where you're asked to take charge or asked to be interactive, that has to presume that the environment's been created by some really highly creative people with a skill. So I don't sense that will ever go, that storytelling. In fact, I think storytelling will become more and more important. It will become absolutely necessary as a kind of momentum to progressing things.
All right, so if we have a roving microphone yet, so maybe we can take some questions from the audience.
Nope.
So I'm aware that we're a short film festival with lots of short film makers. And it sounds like what's happening at the moment is that you're reaching out to our artists and storytellers and bringing them in. But what if there are young filmmakers here who are burning to do a VR, a 360-degree project? Like, where are the mechanisms to, for people to go and find people to work with? Or where do you foresee them being, in the future even?
Yeah, so is that to all of us?
Yes.
Yeah. So we do we do support some artists in the kind of development. What happens is we're working initially with kind of people that we're already working with who've got an interest in that kind of thing. We have got some new people coming through the door specifically to look at these as new projects. We have got to be really careful, and we're in discussion with people like the BFI and Arts Council about this, if we did an open call for something like the film school, that would dominate what we do and wouldn't allow us to make any new work. So we've got one of the things, I was at a round table at number 10 before Christmas, and they were asking what this means for an industry. And I said this sits on top of the very successful creative industries that we've got. Like, what you've got to do is put the mechanisms in place where students can that's where you put the money, is invest in the creative economy and invest in the creative industries. So we do what we can, and we will look to do more. But, so we've got University of Arts London have come to us and looking to do a module on a course together. I think maybe it's collaborations like that can kind of help the way. But it is a tricky scenario. But I mean, it sounds like you're going leaps and bounds in terms of what you're doing.
Well, we've bought the kit now. We've invested in a couple of rigs and the powerful computer to do the post production, and we now have an idea of the workflow. So we've got a new master's program coming out in filmmaking. So we're giving that as an option. You can make a fiction film, you can make a documentary film, or you can make a VR film. I say VR, I really mean the 360 film, because the graphics side of it is another level of complexity. But again, I think it's all, and filmmaking is all about this anyway, it's all about collaboration. We're always encouraging the students to find other people in other disciplines to become part of their crew or part of their team. So I think our students are good at the ideas generation, but again, and this is why we've invited both of you here today as well in some sense, what I've learned from making the VR is there's a level of choreography and blocking out and pre-visualization that is well in advance of what documentary films I've made before, and certainly dramas. So I do think they have to be taught in a slightly different way, and they also have to be made to a certain extent VR literate, which is also the process that we're doing with the sort of old age group in kind of Paisley. You need to know where that sort of benchmark is at. So we are trying to introduce it, but we're, at least in the first couple of years, we're supporting it, in quite a heavy way.
One thing I would say though is the technology to get off the ground on this, you can buy a camera that you can start to work with for less than £300. That's actually not the technology that's the block, it's the talent, I would say. And I know lots of people who've done that, who've got a cheap camera and just gone for it and started, and made their own path in this, which is, that's a big thing. Starting to learn how blocking works and how to look at lighting and all that kind of stuff. If someone really, really wants to do it, I would hope they're already really doing it, because it's not that much of a challenge to get a cheaper camera.
And it sounds like the unifying thing is collaboration is key. Certainly was for us, as an arts organisation, to be approached, and we're a very open arts organisation like NT, you know, so we're always looking for different ways to be able to export and infuse people about the world we live in and that we operate in. So I think anyone looking to do any 360 films, the wonderful thing about these films is they are so hugely immersive, and you can be part of so many different facets of society so easily with this technology. But collaboration and keeping it that really high end is not selling out, and absolutely keeping it at the very high end of the spectrum.
Yeah, thank you for your excellent question. Can we take another? There was one at the back. I think you were waiting.
Hi. As someone who's passionate about going to live performances, I always had this kind of barrier about VR until I was in GSA's studio a couple of weeks ago and experienced VR for the first time. So I've pulled in. I'm just thinking about Scottish Ballet and National Theatre with some very passionate audiences about what you do, but maybe cold at the moment about this new technology, making an assumption. What works for you to take your audiences on a journey? How do you approach that?
Well, I mean, I think the answer is it works both ways. So we found that through our digital season, with which this is a part of, you know, we're going to be sensing that we're actually reaching very new audiences that perhaps wouldn't engage with dance in such a way as our kind of core supporters, and vice versa. Our core supporters are seeing us in a very different light. So it works both ways, and I think, you know, the data's out there to say that any captured performance, as you mentioned, is actually augmenting live performance figures. It's actually really getting people to want to sample the real thing. So I think it's a win-win, really.
Yeah. It's difficult because I don't know who our audiences are that would be cold to it. Whenever we've had any kind of digital intervention in the front of house spaces, it brings in all our audiences and they all engage with it. The people that can be cold to stuff sometimes are people who kind of theatre purists in a way that not got the fear for things to change, but you know, one of the problems that we've got with VR is it's not social, it's kind of very isolating, headsets, blah, blah, blah. All these things are going to go within the next 2 to 3 years in a way that they're not problematic in the way they are now. But it's that kind of people who've got a dystopian view of what VR is going to do to people. That's the people that I just want to make sure I've got the right kind of understanding of actually how important it is and how those problems will go away. I mean, social VR is a huge area that we're looking into, and I don't know if people have read the book Ready Player One, which is an Ernest Cline book about a slightly dystopian future where everyone wears VR headsets, but by about page 20 or 30, I'd always questioned why Facebook had bought Oculus. I was just like, is this a savvy tech buy? And if so, why are they not buying up loads of other things? But when I got to like this page 30, the penny dropped about what social VR could be. And I was like, wow, that is amazing. You know, you actually potentially more social than you could be in kind of real life, if you know what I mean. And so it's that thing of, I mean, it sounds pretty corny, but it's like technology is not the problem, it's what people do with it. And so making good quality work, making great experiences, all those kind of things is of what we've got are like great challenges for us to move forward on.
Yeah, so thank you for your question. And maybe we can get to the man at the back there who is our last question of the session.
Thanks. Primarily a question for Christopher. Did you take any interesting approaches to the audio side of things or learn any lessons about what worked musically, audio-wise in that environment?
Yeah, to be honest with you, we didn't. And I think now that we've been through the exercise, I think that's probably something that would really enhance it even more. In a way, we did need to focus our attentions just due to time on what we could achieve. So I chose quite a neutral canvas, and it was Eric Satie's Nocien, just as a mood piece, really a mood board from which we could really focus on narrative and film. I think perhaps, next time, now knowing just how immersive it can be, that's probably a next stage, definitely.
All right, so let's thank all of our speakers again. So we'll have a short break now for 15 minutes, if that's correct. And I really recommend, if you haven't had a chance to go to the VR movie house, I really recommend it. There's nothing like really seeing it for yourself and experiencing it. Thank you.
Hi. That's you down. You don't want to do anything to it, do you? I would just flick by rather than taking it
I was
out.
just going to take out number 3, but I mean, I can. Let's just.
I would just show a bit of it, and if you don't want to, how long is it?
It's like 3 minutes long. It's too long.
It's not that long. All right,
No, but it's like loads of commercial. Did you not watch it?
I think I did, but I don't think I had the same aversion as you do. You just kind of.
See, I go like,
where's
but this would be me going kind of, this is what we do, but you know.
You're going to head, Charlotte?
The kids' slots of the afternoon.
I'm doing that all tomorrow. There's a kids' movie thing on here till tomorrow.
Is there?
So that's what they do.
That's kind of cutting out. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Charlotte. Cheers, thanks.
So yeah, I was just going to say, sorry, I mean, this was the very beginning of this, and then I got you to the airport.
Thank you.
You're not
standing around. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah. But no, stupidly, then I realised this morning that he was coming up from London, and I could have got my passport to him last night.
Man, I wish you should have phoned me.
Why?
Because I would have known he was.
Oh yeah. I knew as well. I'd just forgotten.
Oh man.
There's obviously someone on the journey back down to London.
There must be somebody.
Yeah.
Do you need a data key to get it off?
Please.
How big is it?
It's about 350 megabytes.
Okay.
I think there's one really big movie in it or something.
I don't know how much space I've got in these, but hopefully this one's got enough space.
Well, we can always like swap. Give me some. I'd get in trouble.
Exactly. Dennis. Hi, Dennis. Good. You know yours is just like that.
That's fine.
Is that alright?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, there's not enough free space.
Alright, try this one.
The Mac should have, that has also like just a picture image viewer where you can just click through the images, right? So
if we drop it into preview.
Yeah.
So if I do, actually, and then I take it into, where is it? Which one's preview? No, yeah. Open with preview. So you could, I think that. No, that's not that one.
Maybe on the window. Does it go to full screen? No, probably. Perfect.
So it is kind of.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Yeah. And am I starting? Or?
You are.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm staying up here. Yeah. Yeah. We can have new friends, right? So
That's all right.
spend the night.
That's all right. No.
You're around for a quick Shandy, I was just talking about your studio, but a client that's been wanting to do some 360 stuff.
Oh yeah?
I have no idea how to send state institutions for children, Eastern Europe. The idea of going into a space and showing that to the... And then what make it storytelling wise, but I don't know the technology. I don't know the... You get time for Shandy afterwards, sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah. What time is it? Is it 5:30? Yeah.
What version of Keynote was it?
Huh?
What version of Keynote
Probably
was it?
the last one.
Can you save it? Sorry.
As a PowerPoint?
No, as in you have an old lesson. Sorry? No, I'm fine, thanks. Good question.
Exporting it to PowerPoint as well, so all the options.
Hi, Derek. Good, thank you.
You enjoyed the day?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. You would have found the first session really interesting. That was a really sort of industry kind of, where's it all going kind of session with people kind of really commercial. It was like our institutions and this next one's the practitioners, so that more the artists. So, what's been going on? Something was alright?
Yeah, no, it really did. I didn't know one of the films were actually up at the joint thing.
Yes.
So,
well, there is a couple of headsets downstairs. So there's somebody just downstairs just for exposing people, but no, it's a different location. It's, it's a grungy sort of location, but it makes the VR more impressive. Yeah. It was a shame because we turned people away. It's just, we can't make it paying because especially some of the things that we show that we still need to copyright issues, educational, no money, students and the public, so we show what we like.
We need to, with the new university website,
soon-ish. I've had that for a few years.
No, it really is. It's June, so but we need to work at that more visible universities.
Yeah, or something. Yeah, sure. But did that make a bit more sense for you as well in terms of the sort of the kind of journey to?
No, I like it. We need to put the other things that conversation every week so just to find a
to
way
brief everyone what's
the
going on.
way that you see him.
Yeah. All right.
Fits in with the script. Okay, so
That's a good question.
No, absolutely. So we will invite you to a discussion on that. Because at the moment it's too invisible. Okay.
Yep.
So it's not going to be a panel discussion, is it? Or?
Yeah. Well, no. They'll all present. They've all got films in the VR theatre, so they'll all present. But it'll be much more about how you make things. Cheers. We don't want a review, do we?
Maybe we should go through it just to check.
Are there any clips you can go through?
Yeah. This is already a problem. Everything is grey now.
It shouldn't be grey.
No. The background is missing. That works. But maybe we should try PowerPoint then?
You want to try?
Yeah. Interesting.
Is that right or not? Has that changed another
All
colour?
of a sudden there's a square. There's a square there. It's doing something with the layers. So I don't see its presentation.
Dit is een... So it's not as backwards compatible as we thought, actually.
I'm just giving a huge...
Welcome to my head. Welcome to my head.
You know what happened next. It is Steve. That's how I say your name, isn't it? It's Stay, yeah, Stay.
Alright. The white square is really mysterious. But, let's just keep it like this. I can read.
Okay. Alright, great. Okay. Hello and welcome back for the last panel of the day, the third and final panel. I had in my head today that we were working through, in some sense, industry in the first panel, and the second panel really institutions in a sense. And this final panel is very much a practitioner panel. And I'm delighted to have three of the filmmakers, VR artists present. Unfortunately, Pierre Zandrovich hasn't been able to make it. He's currently texting me to see if he can Skype in, but I'm pretty unsure as whether or not that's going to be possible. But if my phone goes, it's Pierre, the hotline from Paris, and we'll see if we can pull it off. But otherwise, I'm delighted to have Dennis and Debbie, or is it just Dennis today? But Dennis of the Dennis and Debbie Club, and to have Darren Emerson up as well, and also to have Stay Halema from the Netherlands with us today. I'm going to ask Dennis to start, but I would just once again sort of reiterate, we're about to look at a whole lot of material here, really in 2D, and I'd very much, and I hope you feel inspired after today to go down to the VR movie theatre and actually experience this on the headsets. A lot of it, I think, might go over your head or pass you by unless you have that kind of experience. So I just sort of say that. If you've already seen the films, then brilliant. This is your opportunity to ask the makers how it was done. But Dennis, if you'd like to come up, please. And that is huge. I want to go full screen.
Thanks. So yeah, I'm the 50% of the Dennis and Debbie Club that still has to deal with the tedium of reality, whereas Debbie is very hard to convince her to get out of virtual reality nowadays. But before I give you a bit of background of how we came together to do the VR movie house, I thought I could just start explaining where we got to, how we got to VR, and because neither me nor Debbie have a tech background. I'm a trained sculptor, and Debbie is studied medicine, and then I convinced her to do art. She still hates me for that, but that's fine. Like 3 years ago, a couple of events came together. So I've graduated from sculpture, and I made life-sized sculptures. These pictures are not related to what I'm saying. And these life-size sculptures kept filling up our living room because I couldn't sell them. Nobody was interested in them, and then they were just roommates that were creepy. So there was, this is a GIF. I'm now, okay. So then the other thing that happened 3 years ago was Facebook announced that they are buying the Oculus Rift, which was previously Kickstarted, and I also got very sick of social media at that point. Not because of buying the Oculus Rift, but because I got social envy on social media that I do not experience anywhere else. And it's very specific to social media. And also I collect photos of people that I don't know. And I could get quite a lot of photos of probably some of you that you do not know about. I've not deleted them, still have them. So that came together. So me and Debbie thought, okay, so we want a little bit of agency in our lives, and the future looks like, because Mark Zuckerberg also said that he wanted to build the metaverse within virtual reality, and that will come in the future. And we had no idea how social media works because we are not from a computer science background, so we don't know what big data was, and we felt very, very isolated in a world that became rapidly quite small around us. So we taught ourselves how to 3D model. So we set out a plan of, okay, we want to be part of virtual reality, but do not have any kind of skill to do that at that point. So we listened to a lot of YouTube tutorials about Blender, which we started out on. And that's the other event that came together 3 years ago that made us become able to go into VR, which was that tools were released. Blender is an open source tool for 3D modeling, and you can get that for free. But whereas it was 10 years ago, it was a complete UI mess, it's now becoming easier to deal with Blender as somebody who's completely alien to that world. And the other thing was that Unity became free at the point of entry. So you could download Unity, which is a game engine, and then create your game world within that and start to create worlds. And then a summer came along in Glasgow. We live in the east end of Glasgow, so escaping reality is just something that you just want to do quite naturally. And we went onto Street View and watched a lot of Hollywood Hills streets as our vacation. Sounds sadder when I say it out aloud, but it wasn't sad at all. But then we thought, okay, let's build parts of Los Angeles and put a narrative into it, and that's how we started CGI animations. And we talked about VR and CGI to a lot of people in the art world back then, and they were really weirdly disinterested. And even worse, they were quite hostile to it. Because whenever you mention technology to a visual arts person, apparently, so far my experience has been, they go like, oh, no. And you wonder why. Why is that the case? Because the great thing with digital creations is that I don't have to have this boat in my living room as an actual thing, but now through VR I can make it manifest itself in front of me as an object. It has weight, it has scale, and I can relate to it in a different way. So as a sculptor, that's very, very interesting to me. So then that's actually from current projects. So this is the Oval Office. So it's very much about also, if you're not able to go to certain places and make them available to you as a filmmaker or as a sculptor, in VR, that is now possible. I can go in there and pretend to be the president, which is quite nice. This is another rendered view of that. And I think in an earlier panel, there was a big emphasis on creating the best experience and getting the best people, the best storytellers. From my point of view, it's actually right now for virtual reality is let's get people who are completely inept into it. Let's get people into this that have no idea what they're doing and that will make very bad experiences for us. Just to know what can we do wrong in this. And that's what me and Debbie are doing right now. Trying to come up with experiences that can be challenging, that can be horrific or bad, so that we know, okay, so this is the danger zone that we can veer off into. Let's not get the best experience, let's not get the best storytellers, let's get people who are completely alien to the subject. And that's an agenda we've been pushing for quite a while now to say, okay, we have now software that is available to you for free. You can use Blender on a very, very low-key laptop. Of course, if you want to get into VR, it then has to become a bit more expensive. But you can do this now. And then bringing this thought back into saying, okay, let's get a lot of people into VR now, then we have to think about the communities that are currently present in technology. And the sad reality of tech communities is predominantly male. We know that. It's also white male, also, that's the case. And even worse than that is that there has been, if you look at VR from a gaming perspective, because a lot of influences on VR comes from gaming. And if you look into the gaming community right now, it's the most horrendous, toxic place for people to be in. How many of you have heard about Gamergate? Yeah, I mean, more people need to know about Gamergate, because just to recap Gamergate, it was basically formed around a female independent game maker who was accused of sleeping her way up the journalism ladder in order to get exposure for a game, which was basically freeware. So it's a complete non-issue. But the interesting thing about that was that around that accusation about the hashtag Gamergate, which they thought they'd expose like this independent maker controversy, a lot of people organized themselves around that in order to harass and threaten women in the industry. So we are currently having an organization people that are highly organized on forums and on Twitter, Reddit, that have a big influence on how people who are now new to VR watch this medium, or the game industry as a whole. So there's already a gate, a filter built into it. And it's the same with universities. Universities currently are a filter for poor people. We know that. It's just the reality, sadly. And now, on top of that, people who are influenced by gaming, who watch Twitch channels, who how many of you have heard about Twitch? Okay, so have a look at that as well. There are people that have about up to 20,000 people watching at the same time. But within those communities, there's festering racism, and it's completely normalized. And as a maker within this community as well, it's just horrifying to see that this is how we start this new medium. And I think it is a new medium because now we have the chance to look at other media and see, okay, so how has literature developed? What's the role of different people within literature or film or these kind of things? And then realize, actually, we do not have a big representation of people in there, but rather a very, very small thing. And quite interestingly, there are quite direct connections that you can make to Gamergate, the alt-right, and the presidency of Donald Trump as well, and the normalization of all of that. So that's really bad. But let's get to other things as well. The great thing about VR is that we can make worlds that are not, like this, for example, is Debbie's childhood home, which is completely inaccessible to her because it's in Germany and other things as well. So for her, it was a way to regain agency of memory as well, to go back to a memory and work through it and the different things. So to have that as a positive is you have to remind yourself of how positive VR can be, but at the same time, you need to know that we really have to fight for everybody to be part of it. Because the great thing about VR is that we can relate to other people within VR in a different way than other media. And we need a big diversity of people, because I make my VR stuff and it's a bit creepy and it's my stuff. But I want to see other people's stuff as well. And we really need to encourage people to make more stuff so we can look at certain things and also go like, oh, this didn't work, this does work. Why don't we make more of this or that? But it needs diversity more than any other medium. And we can build it from the ground up now. Oh, that's pretty moralizing for German to be. But, okay, so the VR movie house started last year with the idea that we wanted to bring other people into VR as well. So it started with us approaching some of our artist peers. So that was Stephanie Mann and Beagles and Ramsey, and we offered them to make VR spaces for artistic videos that they've made, to show them how what the medium can bring to their practice. And that they do not have to be afraid of the technology of it, but that the technology of it can enhance what they're doing. And we did this through a demo of a funeral that we staged for our dead grandmothers, to whose funeral we were not invited, so we thought we'd just unearth them from the real grave and bury them back into the digital. So it's a creepy experience. It's not for everybody, so, but these are the kinds of experiences we should kind of aim for as well and allow. And then in addition to the 3D experiences that we made within the VR movie house for these two artists, we then also included a selection of 6 360 films. 2 of them stereoscopic as well, which was really nice to see, to push that. So first it was, because we are not from a 360 film background, but rather come from a sculptural 3D real-time environment, it was quite nice to see how these things actually work together and bring them together in one app. So you can walk from seeing one of our things with Stephanie Mann, then you can go to the Scottish Ballet, and then you can exit out again, go back to the lobby, and then into Ashes to Ashes, and so forth, to have a variety of things rather than just a singular thing. And that was quite important for us. But I think I'm going to stop here now, because then we can take that time later in the panel discussion to discuss other things. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Dennis. And I'm going to ask Darren Emerson if he would come up, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Darren. That's my picture, so in case you couldn't make the connection. I love what you just said there. There is, in terms of the people that should be making VR, we do need to democratize it. It's very much kind of white tech, and it's also, it strikes me, it's interesting. One of the things that's most interesting about VR and VR experiences is really getting people to tap in to the human experiences of other people, and in an intimate way. Earlier we had we were talking about the isolation of VR and headsets, and I often argue, and I know that the isolationist kind of theory about wearing headsets will go with technology, but for me at the moment that is one of the most important aspects of watching VR. I want to be isolated. I want to connect with people. I don't want to be distracted by my phone or 24-hour news. And I think in terms of what we're trying to do with documentary, that's a very important aspect of it. So anyway, without sort of totally digressing, so VR City is my company, and we're based in London. We talk a lot about emotionally transformative experiences. I come from a TV background, actually, so kind of interesting when lots of people come here and are talking about VR, they're all coming from different backgrounds, be it sculpture or theatre or ballet or dance. And I actually come from a sort of mainstream TV background. I worked at MTV for a long time, made a lot of music videos, and started my own company in Shoreditch called East City Films that made music videos and did all sorts of different stuff. We got into virtual reality in the end of 2014, and really in a completely random way. We were asked to make a health and safety video for a big education company, and they wanted people to experience what they were teaching in a very much more practical and immersive way. And from that, we bought lots of kit. We started teaching ourselves how to film, how to stitch, how to block movement, how to paint stuff out, how to do compositing, and that led really to us. That led us to doing some like kind of really refocusing what we were doing as for our careers. For me personally, I was getting to the end really of my interest in what I was doing on a day-to-day basis, which was production and TV and branded content, and I wanted to refocus and experiment, and so VR came along at a really great time for me, and we definitely embraced it in our company. I'm going to show you some of our work, so you can kind of see the stuff we've been doing over the last 2 years, which is a mix of documentary and also commercial work. And so you can get a flavour of what we do. And it's mainly 360 video with some VFX here and there.
Yeah.
Cue the Life RX. Take 60 debrief. How do you feel?
Yeah, good.
These two were amazing. Have you got my key? It's the Life RX.
Is marriage outdated? Yeah. Do you need to get married nowadays? Is it a good thing? I personally think that I think people take their foot off the pedal often when they get married.
I arrived in the UK on the 4th of November 2014, and on the same day I claimed asylum.
My name's Jackie Putnam. I was on the Edgware Road train on the 7th of July 2005. There was a sound like a firework. There was a flash. Come on.
Distillery, here on the remote Scottish island of Islay. We are here today to explore the rich flavour and character of Lagavulin Distillers Edition.
Back in 2008, after I won a gold medal.
Human nature, we are social animal. We need friends.
I mean that will give you a sense of what we've been doing. It doesn't necessarily give you a sense of who we are as people, because I mean, one of the things about VR that we found since entering the industry is that everyone comes to you and says, "Oh, well, VR would be good for this, VR would be good for that," you know. And you can obviously there's a lot of kind of commercial work in there, and for us at this kind of beginning stage of the industry and this medium, you know, the commercial work is actually vitally important to us, because first of all, you know, it keeps us sort of paid, and my kids get some food and stuff like that, which is great. But it also allows us to experiment and try new things. We're just doing a film at the moment that involves constant movement using wire cams and drones and stuff like that, which is kind of pushing kind of what we do in terms of compositing and painting out rigs and stuff like that. But anyway, I digress really. You know, my passion is documentary, and I guess kind of why I get to go to like film festivals and stuff is really based on a couple of films that I've made. The first one I made in 2015, which is called Witness 360 77, and that was a film about a lady called Jackie Putnam who survived the 7/7 bombings, and it was coming up to the 10-year anniversary. So we just kind of made it ourselves. We self-funded it, and luckily it did pretty well at, say, film festivals. People enjoyed the experience, and sort of my take on documentary in terms of in VR was really, and especially with this particular project, which has kind of started me as a filmmaker in this medium, really, was how to tell a story about something that happened in the past, and how to tell it and give people an intimacy within her story. But not just to tell it in a literal sense, not just to kind of recreate something that had happened, but to really kind of delve into her mind and the 10 years that after 7/7, in which she suffered PTSD and flashbacks. And so really the film, you know, half the film is reconstruction in a sense. You know, she's talking about the events of that day, and you're standing on the platform, or you're in the tube. But the other half is really about her emotional sort of journey, and occupying a space in which you can connect to that story. And so a lot of it involves sort of kind of, I would say, sort of more metaphorical and metaphysical sort of worlds. And so that was successful. And then so last year we made Indefinite, and this one Sheffield DocFest commission. Indefinite is a film that you can see here. It was called Invisible earlier. We had to change the name because it was on the New York Times app, and there was another film called Invisible, which is, you know, in an early stage of an industry that's kind of unfortunate, but there you go. Indefinite is a documentary that I made, and it is a film about indefinite detention in the UK asylum system. It features about 6 different contributors who tell their story over the course of what is a 14-minute film. And as a viewer, you will go on a journey through that system as well, and as they tell you all the different parts about it. I've got a little clip, which is a sort of trailer that we made. I think the trailer is called Invisible as well. It's a bit confusing now. So I'll just play that. If it plays. No? Well, maybe that hasn't come through. Well, there is a trailer somewhere. But basically, the film, from a filmmaking perspective, is made up of lots of sort of vignettes and different scenes. So what you can see here is a scene that we created, which is basically, in a sense, sort of animation that we build up. Someone is talking about the bureaucracy of being in asylum and the fact that there's no time limit, and fighting a case from a cell where you have no contact with the outside world, and really your contact is through the Home Office and all the different forms. And so this image is kind of one of the things that we used to kind of do that, and trying to use 360 video in a more creative way of using different sorts of transitions and different kind of different visualizations. For some reason, this is not working. So, without being able to show you the actual trailer, I wanted to talk in a filmmaking sense about what the challenges were with this film. I think one of the major challenges is that you can't get access to detention centres in the UK. They're very much off limits to press, and so we had to kind of really work under quite tight budget constraints on how we visualize the film. That led us to use a location which was a decommissioned prison, and also sort of use some CG and trying to create a world in which you inhabit it, which is not a non-literal world, but has the same feeling and the same look as the real thing. One of the things that interests me in terms of 360 video in this early stage, and we were talking about this earlier, is how you transition from different parts of the film, how you make cuts essentially, because really in 360 video you're creating a sphere, and that is a world in which and that's kind of, you're representing a physical world. Now, often when you look at an edit timeline of 360 video, it looks very simplified compared to how you would edit sort of normal traditional films. And there is a tendency for people to, take one scene, leave it on for like 30 seconds, a minute, and then put in another scene. And it's how you use those cuts. Do you use dissolves? How do you do that? But often I'm trying to think about transitioning from one scene to another in an architectural sense. I think architecture is something that is quite important to VR, in that if we try and take away the idea of a frame, and we try and kind of re-look at the film in terms of the space, then things like architecture can give us kind of lots of clues about how we might do something. So, for instance, like a church is obviously, it tells a story, it has a purpose, it has the stained glass windows tell stories and stuff like that. That's a great example of how architecture in space can inform your viewer without you actually having to kind of lead them by the hand. You can kind of do a lot. In terms of, I wanted to show you something that we did in Indefinite. So we established quite early on that one of our asylum seekers is entering a detention centre, and we go through that journey with them. We're in the back of a van as they travel to the detention centre with them, and then placed in his first night, which is in a cell. And once that scene's finished, you're in his cell, and this is a representation of it, which is an empty cell that we found in this decommissioned prison. But what we wanted to do is the next scene was an audio-only scene of somebody that we recorded on the phone who was in Harmondsworth Detention Centre. And we wanted to do that scene in CGI. And what I wanted to do with that scene is for you to feel submerged and alone with him, and isolated, just like he was. So we created this CG scene where you are underwater. I think you can see it here. And the globe in the middle is a waveform, which we recorded live, so it was like a kind of graphic equalizer, if you like, of his voice that moved when he spoke. And you have bodies kind of floating around with you, and you're underneath the surface of the water. But the problem was, how do you get from here to here without it feeling jarring, having just spent about 2 minutes establishing that you're in this space, to go to this space? And what we ended up doing was actually looking at the architecture of the room itself for clues of how we might get there. And with this room, it's a dilapidated, empty prison, lots of paint peeling on the ceiling and stuff like that. So what we decided to do was create a mat of that ceiling, and where all the cracks, all the peeling paint appeared, and then start transitioning the next scene through the water. None of the videos have come through because there's a video for that as well. But I don't know where that's gone. On my computer, yeah. I don't know why that hasn't gone through. Oh well. Don't worry. So each one of these different examples, there was a video that kind of showed you it, but it doesn't seem to have come through. The other thing I wanted to talk about was using audio in VR and 360 film. So we have this scene where basically somebody sets themselves on fire. It's a real testimony, and we had to kind of create this scene. The camera is represented by the camera sign there, the red circle, and our character that's narrating it is in the cell to the right of the camera there. And we had basically in cell number 27, somebody's going to appear and he's going to set himself on fire. But because you're in a 360 kind of environment, we didn't want you to miss this, what was an extremely important part of the film. So we used spatial sound in this. So spatial sound being that you can hear the sound in relevance to where it is positioned in the sphere, and then you follow it. So we had a security guard run all the way down and into cell 27, drawing your attention to the right place. And then we do a transition where some of the characters that you would have seen earlier are all looking at the right place, and then we also don't have the video for that either, which is a shame. I wanted to talk about repetition and blending. I think one of the important things about 360 video, one of the techniques that we like to use, is repetition of imagery. So in the film, some of the motifs kind of appear lots of times. We have our sort of kind of characters that represent the people that were doing the testimony who didn't want to be seen on camera. So we created these kind of visors that they would wear, which has static sort of kind of glowing over them in this space. We repeat that image at the end of the film, also with this guy who's on fire at the top of the staircase, but who also featured earlier on. And right at the very end of the film, we start layering the different spheres on top of each other to create, I guess, a dreamlike sense of reality, and trying to, throughout the film, kind of build a weight of the situation that they're under. I'm going to leave it there because I don't have anything to show you, unfortunately. But I think in terms of VR and 360 video, I think journalism is a very important part of the new sort of 360 and VR landscape. I think how we connect with other people's stories is vitally important, especially in the times that we live in. And I feel that there's a great opportunity for us to tell very important stories and really connect with people that you wouldn't normally connect with in VR, and you know, and that's what we're trying to do. So I hope you get to see the film, and yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, so I can only encourage you to get yourself down to our VR movie house and see Indefinite. I mean, I first came across Darren's work at DocFest in Sheffield and also at IDFA, and pretty much all the big documentary festivals for quite a few years now have had what's been called a sort of VR sidebar. But that sidebar has been getting bigger and bigger, especially in the Netherlands, which is where Stay comes from, our next speaker, and they are in many ways considered to be at the cutting edge of all of this. So Stay, if you'd like to come up, please. Which one did you go for? PowerPoint?
What's that?
Was it the PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's PowerPoint, yeah.
Okay, I'll just leave it to you.
Oh, now I have to figure out PowerPoint. Let's play, let's see what happens. Oh yeah. Hello everybody, I'm Stije. And I work as a creative director for Jaunt sometimes, and for my own company called Wildframed. For this year, instead of calling myself a creative director, I've decided to call myself story designer. Because that relationship with the viewer is so different in VR that I feel that that relationship needs to be thought of as a design process in some sort of way. And I would like to take you along with my thought process to convince you of the fact that you should all become story designers. Oh, this is not the right button. Sorry, technical problems. How do you click in PowerPoint?
So go from here, and let's just try going to the next slide.
Maybe you can do this.
No, it doesn't like that. It keeps on crashing. Stay. Should we try this one?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit weird, but hey, it's VR. Okay. The background used to be black, now it's not, so I think it's going to be a little bit weird, but okay. If you want to do something in VR, I think we all can see the importance of telling a good story. And as a story designer, I think we should look first at what VR really is to find stories. And in the end, virtual reality is nothing else than just the technical tricks. It's really just the screen in front of your face that rotates in a perspectively fitting manner with the rotation of your head. This technical trick, however, creates the illusion that the viewer is in a different space. And that is really magic. That really brings on this different relation that I am talking about. Stories in VR, maybe less stories, it are more experiences. Like, I think this is still one of the best examples of that. It's a gender swap experience, where as a boy you can experience how it is to be a woman and vice versa, and I think that's a very good point to make. Yay, okay, this is all screwed up, but you get the point. Also, to look at what VR really is, I think it's interesting to see, to compare to film. And because it shares a lot of similarities, of course. It has sound, it has frames, it has a camera, but it also becomes more and more clear that it's a completely different thing. And the most obvious difference, of course, is that in VR there's no frame. So the viewer is free to look where he or she wants. And I think missing out on that frame is probably bigger than we might even grasp, because I think the last 100 years, like, thinking in frames has really steered how we think. Like framing a story, just putting it, it's really big, I feel. And also, film is this wonderful medium that really relies on going from shot to shot, like you just said. We all understand if the head, if in a close-up, the main character moves his head to the left, and we cut to a shot of someone approaching, that is what he's seeing. We just instantly understand that. And this is not possible in VR. I feel you can cut in VR, but if you do it too quick, or you don't think about it, it's very disorientating. It's literally taking someone's head around the room, which I am really against as a maker. And I've been a couple of times in a creative process where that really, as this big, ugly, horseless carriage is sort of in the creative process, where for example, in commercial productions, the client really wants faster cuts, but just because they are just looking at it on a desktop, it's horrible when that happens, and if you're not able to fight it in the right way. So it's clear we have to find new ways to cut in VR. We have to find new, let's say, dominoes to go from A to B. I personally really like to look for these dominoes because it really makes me think in a different way. And I would like to show you an example, and I hope I press the right button.
Wet grass opportunity, hipster-matic summer nights, making golden memories. I wish I had a telescope in an ancient distant galaxy, so I could look and look again through my best of ever clarity. I went to get my baby, but my baby was gone. I went to get my baby, but my baby was gone.
Well, there's a couple of transitions that I do in this clip, but maybe let's talk about the hula hoop. I sort of progressed the story or the experience by using a hula hoop as basically a wipe, and there was pure serendipity happening when we were making this. I was so hard thinking about how I could transition in VR, and then my set designer, she had a hula hoop laying around. I think she wanted to make a dress or something out of it. And I took it and I put it over the camera and I composited that in After Effects. Looked at it in my headset and was going like, whoa. It was not only like a nice original sort of Michel Gondry kind of going from here to there. It was actually involving me as a viewer. There was this guy coming at me and just putting a hula hoop over my head. And that was magic. That is really like, and that is virtual reality for me. It's like, it's more than just being there. I am there, and I matter, so to speak. And then this hula hoop transition gave me another idea. Why not use the virtual reality headset to transition from A to B? Because then you use something what is natural to VR as a storytelling tool. And I'm a big fan of this recursive sort of mechanism of feedback, and also putting a camera at a beamer. I can do that for days. And then essentially it starts to go, the theme where you're talking about is reality in itself, and I feel that's probably the most important thing that VR could learn us as humans. So let me give you an example of that as well.
Dit is een virtual reality bril, VR. Dat klinkt futuristisch, hè? Is het ook. Maar wees niet bang, het is niet eng. Denk maar zo. Als jij je hoofd door een gat in de heg steekt, ben je dan aan de andere kant van de heg? Psst, kijk eens. Welkom aan de andere kant. Waar het gras groener is. Waar de werkelijkheid virtueel en de virtualiteit ontzettend werkelijk is.
Sorry. And then it all goes wrong, of course. But what I just said, that there's no frame in VR, is actually not true. There is a frame, and that frame, of course, is the field of view of the viewer. And that field of view is essentially a point of view. And I think that point of view is really, really interesting. And I feel that not even in VR, but in every part of, in all the media, it's growing. For example, I'm really trying to get a hold of those Snapchat spectacles, which are actually having 2 cameras in them. So with that pair of glasses, you can, with a flip of a switch, you can film your own life. And I think the future is going to be weird, but as a story designer, I'm super interested to see what you could do with that. Also, here's a list of, just as an addition to the talk, a list of all the films on Wikipedia I could find that use point of view to great extent. And actually someone should make this point of view festival, because I want to go there, because I never have the time to arrange all those films. But if there's a point of view, that means that there's someone whose point of view we're sharing. And now it becomes really interesting, because maybe we have a new main kind of character. And if we do have a new main character, what is then her role? Could we maybe even create conflict between the main character and the story? I think the best way to start is to see how we can address this main character. I made up my own system. It's definitely not scientific. The first one up is the zeroist person. That is when you are a fly on the wall, you're just there in the experience. That is very well possible in VR, and I think there's a lot of VR experiences where that is fine, and there's again still this empathy sort of thing going on. But I think you should be a bit strict on yourself and ask yourself, why am I shooting this in VR? Because it's really a lot harder to make a good VR movie than making a normal video, nowadays at least. Then the second one, is the third person. This is actually a really rare one, but I want to mention it nevertheless, because this is the case where characters in the story talk about you, but they don't talk at you. And I've seen a couple of times that it happens, and I felt left out, which is, I think, a very good signal that VR is actually a special medium that is doing something else with us than the film is doing. Then the second person is a lot of fun. You can really use this, like you saw in that Peep Show movie I made. But also, I think for documentaries or news items, it can work very naturally when the presenter is like telling you what's going on. For fiction, it's also really interesting. But then I think you should take care of how you address, let the viewer know what his or her role is. And I personally like to sort of put that in how I tell the story. And this is an example of that as well.
Ja, sorry, dat was ik even vergeten te melden. Ja. Wie is dit? Ja, wie het is weet ik niet precies, maar het is een nieuw projectje van het ministerie.
Oh, ik heb ook wel eens een projectje gehad op het ministerie. Niet zo heel lang hoor, maar kort. Ook niet voor vast, gewoon een paar keer lekker, weet je wel. Maar goed, dat weet je ook wel, zo'n projectje duurt niet lang, maar wel lekker.
Ja, je kunt nu via een bepaald systeem meekijken op de tasman hoe het hier aan boord aan toe gaat. Ja. Dus dit is zeg maar een dagjesmens, een nieuwsgierig iemand, een botkijker. Juist, ja. Hallo aardbewoner, hoe maakt u het?
gaan ze dan ook wel terugzeggen? Of?
Dat kunnen ze wel doen, maar dat horen wij dan weer niet.
Oké.
Maar kan het ons wel verstaan?
Geen idee, weet ik niet.
Hallo? Hallo? Kan jij ons verstaan?
Te hard.
Kan jij ons verstaan? Hallo?
This is actually really a trick to cover the limitations of 360 VR, of course. Like me personally, if I can get hold on to speech recognition and AI, that actually you can talk back and the characters will sort of interact with you. I'm the first one to go. But now we have to find tricks to do this, to let the viewer know who he is and to give him sort of a dramaturgic handle to surrender to the story. Then the next one up, obviously, is the first person, and this is really turning me on lately, because I think this is opening up the medium in a new way. This is the case where you have a voice in your head, which is you, and then the story evolves. Let me give you an example.
Welcome to my head. I am Donald J. Trump, and I have the best brains. I've got the best synapses. You're lucky to be here.
President Trump.
That's me.
A lot on your plate today, leader of the free world and all.
Believe me, I am gonna make all the best decisions. Like, how about this new office? Instead of an oval, it's a rectangle in my own hotel. Way better than an oval. An oval, what is that? It's like an ovary. It's disgusting. What have you got?
We have the plans you drew up for Mount Rushmore.
You mean Mount Trumpmore?
Yes, see, well, that's the thing. The idea was to add your face to Mount Rushmore, but what you gave us was...
Well, that's great. What people want is Mount Trumpmore. Believe me, I'm doing this mountain a favor, okay? I have talked to a lot of people, very smart people, and they want the man who made America great again in stone form.
Can we at least keep Lincoln?
Lincoln, he got shot. I prefer presidents who don't get shot, okay?
It was before he won, so... but there's something really interesting happening here. We have 3 layers now to talk with. You have the character in the story who's addressing you as a viewer. You have the things you say back, and you also have your inner thoughts. And what I like as a story designer is that these 3 can be in conflict with each other. And conflict is, of course, like one of the most important things we have as a story designer. And I think that's maybe a bit like a novel is written. So maybe it could even become more like literature or more poetic. Where in novel, for example, there's a large part of the books are mostly about the inner world of the character and how he reflects on what is happening to him. So I think there's a very interesting opening to make VR less literal. Like most of the things you look at now are just you're there and sort of you're there. And like you said as well, it's much nicer to sort of get that inner world in there, I guess. So I think that promise of VR, that it's very honest, and as a documentary thing, you go somewhere and you really see how it is. I don't believe that. I think maybe VR is maybe more a medium to tell stories about our inner selves, a documentary about how we experience stuff. I really like to play with this relationship between the viewer and the story. And in this particular scene of Ashes to Ashes, I turn it around. So actually, the characters in the story are controlling the viewer. Oh, this is not working. That's too bad. I think the system crashed. Oh, no, here. Well, it's not going to work. But what I did was actually, at a certain point, this movie was filmed on a film set. So the whole story takes place on a film set. At a certain point, one of the main characters finds a remote control and start controlling the camera. Which in VR is amazing because like your head is basically transported by a character. transported by a character from the story, which I really love. That was it.
Dus dat ging dat en de lekenkleding.
You don't have to use my system, obviously, but it helped me to think more clearly about addressing the viewer, and it gave me a lot of interesting ideas, and I hope it will do the same for you. Thank you very much.
If I could ask each of the three speakers, please, to come up to the table. Okay, well, thank you very much. As you can see, this is very much the practitioners' panel. I'm going to use the chair position and really ask the question that Matt and I kind of chewed over, especially when we were programming along with Dennis, the VR movie house, whether or not it was the right thing to understand VR as something akin to more of an experience, or if story really is the defining element of it. So, or is that just the wrong opposition to sort of put forward? Maybe we start with you, Dennis, in particular, because a lot of your pieces are not at all linear.
Yeah, that's right. Because if you curate an art show, you do not think about it as a linear experience. When you make an art show in a museum, you know that the visitor has agency. You can't make somebody go somewhere and look at a particular thing. You hope they will, and you hope that they will get what you intended out of it, but it's out of your control. So from our perspective, from my and Debbie's perspective, we quite like experiences that we can offer, but rather than have a prescriptive start and a prescriptive end, have something in between that can be unlocked if you engage with it. And we think, I mean, the VR Movie House is quite a simple app right now. It's basically just you look at something and make a decision what you want to see. But if you work in game engines, then the possibility also is that you can make the viewer do something, and then the viewer becomes a participant, and suddenly something else might react to that person doing something. So you've decided, I grab this, or both, or throw everything off the table, and then somebody says something to you. So that's those are kind of non-linear, there's some kind of interesting thing about non-linear stories that can emerge from VR.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't know why we would have to make the distinction so clearly. I think we should put them together. Yeah. It's funny, stories are frames as well, maybe. If we have to let go of frames, then, for example, like the Ashes movie, which is in the VR house, everyone asks me, what's the story? And then I start talking about there's a dysfunctional family that's having this and that, but actually, that's not what the movie is about at all, you know? It's actually about how you can experience a film, or so. Yeah, maybe we should let go of stories a bit and lean more to experiences.
But do you actually work with a script in that way? I mean, one thing that's really obvious from your work, and I'd looked at it before you came here, is that, you know, in a lot of the VR experiences, you could, as a viewer, look somewhere else and there wouldn't be much going on. But you always have something going on. You've always given people an option. And so the transitions are you know, really, really sort of developed in a way that seems unusual.
Well, there's two things. First, I don't think it's so hard to steer the viewer's attention in VR at all. I think a lot of people act really weighty about it, but it's not hard. It's just it's like the director of the Scottish Ballet said. If you have movement, or you put light or sound, or giving focus by an actor, like 95% will just follow, and there's this 5% that will always do something else. Yeah. But I think it's very nice to have more layers of attention. So I always have a secondary layer of attention that is there as well, that adds to the story, creates more suspense in a way. For example, in a space movie, there's this guy who's going to attack the alien at a certain point, and he's crawling around the camera for like 3 minutes before he hits you, and that really adds to the story, basically.
And Darren, for you, moving on from witness to indefinite, you've brought a heck of a lot more layering in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think story is obviously very important to what I do in terms of documentary and other people's sort of testimony and how to represent that. I think for me at the moment it's more a question of form, as in, like, you know, this is a medium that can be played with, and when we talk about sort of linear, and you know, I feel that there's a real good space in VR to still have linear storytelling, but then, you know, subvert that and to use different sort of kind of dimensions or sound or space in a different way. So I think it's kind of, for me, it's still storytelling, but it's trying to find new ways of telling those stories. For me, it's more about intimacy and space and stuff like that. So yeah, I think story is still very important to what I'm doing. But then again, VR can be lots of different things with lots of different mediums. It can be educational, it can be practical, it can be, you know, people are using it for a breadth of different experiences, and we're just kind of talking about all the different kind of things that we're doing in that space. But again, that's just a very small part of it. So.
Yeah. Okay, great. Is the mic out? Yes. Questions from the floor?
Hi, thanks. To everybody in the panel, that was fantastic, all your talks. I've got a couple of quick questions for Stay. One fun, one a bit more serious. You had the best slide of the day with the chicken with I don't know, a headset and a mic on it, and you skipped past that. What was that about? Was that?
Well, that's a new business model I try to, like having virtual free-range eggs. No, I'm kidding. It's just a picture I found on the internet. But it's an interesting thought to be able to give animals virtual reality.
And what, seeing things from their perspective, is that what?
That's also very interesting, definitely. Yeah.
And on a more serious note, filmmakers that might be in the room and around the world, how can they work with the likes of Jaunt, you know, if they've got great ideas or great projects to bring, can they team up with you or approach you to get access to cameras, your expertise and your platforms?
I think it changed, to be honest, it changed a bit. First Jaunt wanted to be the Netflix of VR, but now they steered away from that and they're a production partner. So there's like a lot of people think because it's really well funded, they have a lot of money to make content, but fortunately they spend it all on hardware. And people in Silicon Valley are really expensive as well. So I think you can always find them as a partner if you can find your own funding and get the whole story working. So, for example, Ashes to Ashes is funded by the Dutch government in that sense, by an art fund that's actually getting money from the Dutch government. And they are a production partner in that sense.
Thanks.
So I was going to say, there's, in terms of like seeing things from the perspective of an animal, there's a company called Marshmallow Laser Feast, and they've done a project called In the Eyes of the Animal, which uses sort of LiDAR scanning, so architectural scans, and point cloud data to kind of create this experience where you're an insect in the woods, and then you get eaten by an owl and stuff like that. It's really great.
Yeah, you should check that out. They're the coolest crew I know. Really.
Marshmallow
Laser Feast.
Marshmallow Laser Feast. You heard it here first. Damien?
Yeah, I was struck looking at all your projects, just how spatial they were. And I just wonder if that is one of the signature elements of VR, in that it is one format that you can work in very restricted spaces, and it still works, for example, in your prison cells and so on, or in some of the sets that you'd built Stay. But also it kind of works on very big open spaces. It seems maybe the mid-ground, it doesn't work so well. Things get lost a little bit. I wonder what your thoughts were on, is this a spatial medium?
Yeah, for me and Debbie, it definitely is. Because we work in the East End in our small flat, and when we put on our VR headset, we suddenly are not in our small East End flat anymore, which is quite nice. But in addition to that, the way we work, a lot of the time we kind of have almost like circles that we storyboard. So one circle would be the private space, and then the second further circle would be the still grabbable things, and then it starts to kind of blend into the background. And we found that if you address all of those spaces, you have quite a nice VR experience. We made a demo once where we just tried to do something that has a feeling of vertigo. And we built a little platform that you could look down from, and there was no feeling of vertigo. It was only when we set up a fence, a 3D fence, that introduced the idea of, oh, actually I could tumble over this. And that's why there's a fence. Vertigo started to happen, which kind of was really baffling to us. Because we thought, well, why do we... So vertigo is fence dependent? It seemed weird. But yeah, you have to, in order to make a believable 3D real-time environment, you have to work architecturally. You have to address that space, and you have to see it as well. That's why it's so important for people who want to work in the medium to actually try it out and see how that relates. And that's why it's a new medium, because it really addresses you and space in a way that, well, I've not experienced before like that. So yeah, that's the unique thing about it.
And practically, a lot of VR 360 cameras are very wide-angly, so to speak, which I think is a bit of a problem, because that's sort of creating you out of that sense of reality. I really hope that improves. With stereoscopic rigs, it's better already. But I think space obviously is one of the main players in VR. Like, yeah, definitely. And you should really be cautious of space. I think it's also that also leads to choreography. I think before I was a VR director, I was a musician, and for me it really helps that I'm able to think in layers that together form harmony. And I can just project that actually in space, like this is happening here, this is happening here, this is happening here, and sort of at the same time, which comes with space. Can go on about space forever.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with what everyone says, and you know, I kind of said it earlier as well in terms of the idea of how architecture informs, you know, how architecture tells a story inherently, and how we can kind of use that. I think what we found from shooting lots of 360 video over time is that you need to, you know, when you're trying to capture something, you need to be kind of in amongst it. Otherwise, it doesn't really work. Environments, like, you know, landscapes work very nicely, like when things are just around you. But when you want action, you need to kind of really be able to see that action, and that's kind of one of the byproducts of the sort of wide lens stuff. But for me, I mean, I certainly feel that I still frame in 360, even though there is no sort of discernible frame. The way that you arrange stuff, I feel like when I'm creating something that I try and look at it as if, where would I position myself as a person if I was an eyewitness to something, where it would feel most impactful. Almost like, you know, there are lots of like 16:9 frames everywhere. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there, you know, and how do I arrange the whole environment so there are sort of those moments where you catch something and you think, oh, that looks beautiful. In a sense, like one of the images I used that I showed earlier, where people are kind of surrounding you, and there's a person at the top of the stairs, he's on fire. You know, that was kind of done specifically for that. I also don't think necessarily that you have to fill the whole sphere with things of interest, because I don't live like that. I'm not wondering what's behind me right now. Like, I know it's a wall, and so it doesn't really matter. And I feel like to feel real sort of presence and agency is trying to kind of create environments that feel quite realistic, and then kind of using, I don't know, different techniques to sort of kind of peel back the layers of that reality and make it seem like it's something else, maybe editorially, narratively.
I quite liked in Indefinite the moment where you go from a real space, from one of the cells, into that more fictional space underwater. And I think you talked about it in your presentation. And what me and Debbie have done as well, when we started building our spaces, we started off building things from memory, but then got like some data into it as well. And then we also rebuilt the first level of the game Doom, which for me is a very nostalgic childhood moment. And I had the same nostalgic feeling towards that space, a fictional digital space than I had to my childhood home. And that felt really strange, that I could feel nostalgia in equal amounts to both of these places. One actually did exist at one point, and one never existed in actual reality.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably a thing also looking forward, that we can create spaces that do not exist, but we will form nostalgia and emotional attachment to those spaces.
Definitely. It's like what you said earlier about the sort of the inner world, and I'm constantly thinking about the inner world, about dreams and the landscape of your memories, you know. And we were saying, you know, the moment, the idea of like, where did you meet my wife? Like, where did I meet my wife? You know, where did we fall in love? It was that if I put a 360 camera down and tried to replicate that, it'd be really, really boring. It would just be sort of like met at a pub and stuff like that. But actually, the feeling of that meeting in my mind and the imagery that's associated is very, very different. It's the you know, it's the shine from a glass, or the liquid that was in it, or something, that a texture or a feeling. So actually the whole sphere doesn't necessarily matter. You are in an environment, but it's like how you draw out the things that matter within that. And I think, again, like one of the techniques at the end of Indefinite is layering of, you know, we layer lots of different scenes that you've already seen. We reverse some of it, so there's a plane going backwards, and if you follow that, it takes you to a sort of ghostly image of one of the characters that's standing in the street, one of the asylum people. And I think you know, whether that works or not, it depends on your view of the film. But the attempt is to try and almost create memories from the film that you've just been seeing, you know, and to kind of feed it in there. So I think that's kind of interesting and important in terms of the relationship between the actual film itself, the experience of viewing it, and what you take away from that as an audience member, because there is a relationship between that, there is a transference, and that's what for me is very interesting about VR.
And to add to that, the music video I made is in this big warehouse, and I've shown it to a lot of people, and I had 2 people that came back to me. Yeah, when we talked in that, I showed them somewhere in a cafe, and they were referring to our conversation that we had that in that warehouse, because they really thought that we had the conversation there. So their minds blended those spaces, which is really interesting. And again, that inner space, that is so... yesterday I met this guy from a university somewhere in London, and he's actually building inner spaces. He's mapping you by this psychological tests, sort of survey, and then he makes this landscape of your inner self, which you can enter. And that was the most interesting conversation I've had for years. Like, this is huge. It's really interesting. Imagine if you project that to Facebook, that we can visit our each other's inner worlds. Like, wow.
So we have some colleagues at the university in the psychology department who are curious about this, about the intensity of the VR experience has the potential to create arguably stronger memories, but also potentially false memories. And so there's a question about how you deal with it. Then,
it's an ethical question.
Yeah, it's an ethical question. Okay, anyone else? Questions from the floor?
Thank you. I happen to actually be one of these psychologists that Nick's talking about, and I've got no filmmaking background at all, but I found all your presentations exceptionally interesting. But what I was struck by is that many of the issues that you're talking about, and one of the recurring themes today was this the visual attention of the viewer, and it struck me that you're effectively asking many of the same questions that experimental psychologists ask in a variety of fields. So, for example, I know at the moment that psychologists are working with supermarkets like Tesco's to try and help users who are these self-service checkouts to attend to the right part of the screen by looking at having virtual reality agents whose eyes just slightly move to the top left when you want the person to go to the top left and so on. But I was just trying to think about, as a viewer watching one of your films, I think it's a level of complexity above watching a normal film, because not only is it to do with attention and directing the viewer's attention to where you, as the filmmaker, want them to attend, but there's also an element of memory that you don't normally have to rely on when you're watching a normal film up on the screen. So, for example, you have to remember now what was behind me. And I think there's just a really interesting interplay between attention and memory that this new world of 360 filming could really help us understand not only more about the viewing experience, but understand how attention and memory works as well. It's, I think more and more disciplines should just work together to understand. Now, practitioners in filmmaking, psychologists, vision scientists, and so on, we can all learn from one another from talking, because we are asking very, very similar questions.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a question, it was more of a comment. So.
Well, it's a very good comment, because I think it would be awesome to play memory in VR, actually. Thank you for this idea. This is amazing. Let's build it.
It's also sort of, in a way, it's interesting about perspective, because you're putting something on someone's head, and you're saying, okay, here's a world, I'm going to present you with this. But you know, in our daily lives, we carry with us our own sort of, our life experience gives us a perspective that we bring into our daily life. So it's often, I think it's interesting, and I have no answer to this, I'm just kind of also making a comment, that in terms of the different types of experiences, and especially I think in terms of documentary, that the filmmaker, or if we're going to call them a filmmaker, might have tried to tell the story, somebody's story, or present somebody's world with a point of view for it, but you have a very sort of real perspective issue that you have when you're in VR, because you're looking around something and you might see something in a totally different way, which is kind of how we kind of engage in the world anyway, So I think it's quite interesting in terms of like the story of immigration and asylum seekers. They're often painted in media as depending on which way you lean, but mainly as sort of kind of people that are either a burden or are victims and stuff like that, and I think actually VR can help kind of give people a much different perspective on things that they wouldn't normally see.
Any other questions from the floor? There's one down here. Or is there one over there as well? No, sorry, right down at the front. Here, Nicola, you need to wave your hand a bit. Thank you.
Really enjoyed all of the presentations. I wanted to just pick up on something you touched on about the ethics of documentary filmmaking in this medium. In the sense that I suppose depending on the point of view you're adopting, there's an element of interpreting experience and interpreting other people's experiences of potentially quite traumatic life experiences, and how do you approach that? How collaborative is the process, and do you show the people you've worked with the outcomes before you would publish it?
Yeah, I mean, certainly for both the 771 and also the detention one. Yeah, we work very closely with them, and again, like as some other people have sort of commented, that the process was really to start with audio and interviews and mapping their kind of story really, and especially in Indefinite, they were actually very sort of, not only did the detention system sort of damage them quite significantly, but their lives were really sort of stories of continual sort of kind of vulnerability, in terms of like they were victims of torture. We were talking to people that had been in war zones and stuff like that, or had been persecuted. So there was a lot of vulnerability. Having that film going on the New York Times app, which is where if you haven't seen it, you can see it on the New York Times app. Meant that the process of sort of kind of fact-checking and the ethical process was actually quite strict. We protected their identities and stuff like that. But collaboratively, yes. I mean, it was a hard one because it was quite a creative film in a documentary sense, because it's not in the location that it's talking about. The people that you see on screen aren't the people that are talking, and we have CG scenes and stuff like that. So it is very much a interpretation of their stories and a creative interpretation, and the film kind of says that at the beginning. It's a dramatization in a way. It's not a word I can say very easily, obviously, but we got people to watch that. The problem with that is that it's quite an intense experience. So there is an ethical, you putting the headset on the survivor Jackie from Witness 360, and before it was anyone really kind of saw it out in the world, it was quite traumatic for her, and we had to kind of, early days of VR, not many people had done it, so it was quite hard for her to relive that. And with her blessing, it was fine. And the same with Indefinite. I feel like people with Indefinite said that it felt like the experience of being in detention. Like, so, the things that the places that we filmed that were sort of not detention centres, but they were as close as we could get. They were the right category of prison. Prisons had been used for detention centres and stuff like that. So there was that sort of kind of dialogue with them to make sure that we weren't saying anything that wasn't truthful, really. And I think, that would be the same sort of ethical process I think that you would do making a normal documentary film. I think there's the added sort of responsibility is that you're putting that experience on the heads of people in a quite intense way. I feel like potentially, there should be some warnings. There is quite some intense scenes in there where someone sets themselves on fire. I remember being at a film festival and I walked past the booth where it was being played, and someone was putting on this like 5-year-old kid, and I was just like, maybe not. That's not something I'd want my 5-year-old daughter to look at. So I think we do need to start looking at how we sort of, kind of rate films and make sure that they're appropriate, because it can be quite intense. And if we're talking about kind of giving people memories, then there is a weight of responsibility there. Certainly.
Definitely, if you take horror or something into account.
Yeah, and for us, making everything as a CG, we do not have to think about the ethics of treating digital people. But for us, it's right now, because we know that the audience now is new to VR. A lot of people have not viewed anything in VR before. So we very much had in mind that we want to make an experience that will not cause nausea at all. So that there were restrictions in that, because if you induce nausea in a person watching VR for the first time, they will not touch it for the next 5 years. And they will tell other people about, this has been so bad, do not do it, let's wait another 5 years until something else comes about. So there's also that kind of responsibility to an audience to not make them feel bad with the first VR experience. It's basically like an analogy to the train coming at you with the first film experience, and people being screaming and not realizing what the hell is going on.
It's just that one of the main things seems to be the effective response that you can get the viewer, and it's just that the difference in documentary approaches, because CGI, I think, is a less mediated form of documentary on VR, so it's just interesting to evaluate different ways of.
Yeah, Glasgow Short was, as brilliant as it is, it was, made by the UN, and it comes with a lot of that sort of, that in the background in terms of what they're trying to say and what that film's trying to say. Me as myself as a filmmaker, I guess I'm trying to do different things, so it kind of lends itself to a slightly different approach to the subject matter. I came to the subject matter independently and wanted to tell those stories. But I do think it's important. I guess, it's not documentary in the sense of verite. I'm not just and you can't necessarily. I'd love to do something like that if the technology would just let you kind of, fly on the wall. We'll just leave it running and it doesn't overheat and explode, and there isn't terabytes and terabytes of data. But so I think it was just, whenever you make something in 360 film, you're battling with a lot of restrictions that need creative responses. And I think in that film, particularly, there was lots of those, and so the result ended up being something that I'm very proud of, but at the same time is a sort of metaphorical sort of film about it,
Okay, I think we've got time for one more question from the audience. There's one up the back, just to keep you active.
This is a question for Stay. So when you were talking about talking to a psychologist who was sort of talking about mapping out the mind, can you tell me more about that? It just really intrigued me. So the idea of like the construction of it and maybe the visuals that were involved.
I just had a conversation with him, so I didn't experience it myself, unfortunately, but I will be back for that. What he's having this survey, and it's not really the mind; it's sort of the inner self, in which you have your abilities, you have your habits. Maybe you don't have you're performing on the top of your game, but you don't have so much reserves, or you have a lot of reserves. And he's mapping that out as some sort of landscape. So if you have a lot of forest, you have a lot of reserves. If there's a lot of desert. If you have a lot of water, there's a lot of flow. And then I didn't completely understand somewhere between water and land. That's where dramatic changes happening. That's what I know.
I do know there's been a study that came out actually just after Christmas, or just in the new year, that was done by I think there's a lady called Sarah Hill, if you Google it, and but that was they did a study into empathy. You know, empathy is the sort of VR word that everyone uses, but to prove that there was like emotional responses, and they did like tests and stuff like that. That's quite interesting reading.
Yeah. In
terms of like, I don't know, making a film and having to maybe take that into account, which you wouldn't normally take that into account, even though everyone has an emotional response to everything, be it music, radio shows, or film anyway. But it's like now this is a thing that's very much talked about.
Yeah, a level of intensity that's, I suppose, a bit higher. Okay, I'm going to ask a final question, which is quite a common one, but I think there'll be a lot of interest from the audience. What's the next project for each of you?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Lots of things. So, because so currently we are working. We started working with the Oculus Rift first off for the traveling gallery, and had an Oculus Rift driving around Scotland and giving them an experience. So, but then we thought, okay, let's go to the Gear VR, because the Gear VR doesn't have a lot of cables attached, and you can bring it to. I could have it here and show it to you, or it's just outside. And now we're doing two things. One, which is addressing space more. We're actually working with Trudy Williamson together, and we've currently got an HTC Vive in our living room, which is great, and testing out first levels of agency of a participant in that world, how different affirmations within the environment, or how you are being roped into being complicit with something. Which is where the White House renders came from earlier. So that's one thing, but another thing would be also still experiences that are not as interactive, but rather more experiential, where you don't have, like the VR movie house, too much choice. But I think both of these paths are very interesting, and yes.
All right, great, thanks. Steve?
I'm working on two projects with National Theatre. I don't want to talk too much about it.
Oh, okay.
One is really about perspective, and the other one is really about intimacy and who's the viewer. And another thing I'm working on in Amsterdam is a virtual reality restaurant. It's not a new idea. It's like a lot of people made it up, but I think I can pull it off, because no one is pulling it off. It's a wonderful, like, everyone can imagine it. But what I'm working now is actually the bite. Like, how do we get food in your mouth synchronized with the virtual food? And as soon as I have that going, then I have basically a medium to tell about food and how we perceive food. And we can, like, I think we should then make some sort of virtual reality restaurant festival also, where a lot of creators can collaborate and can think about. Like,
I'm salivating as you talk.
What's that?
I'm salivating as you talk.
Salivating?
Yes.
Oh, that what's that?
That means when...
Is that when squeals coming from your mouth?
Saliva in your mouth, because I'm thinking of foods. I'm drooling.
Oh, you're hungry.
Yes.
Well, to add to that, one last quote. There's a really nice quote from Groucho Marx at the beginning of Ready Player One, which everyone should read, and it says, "I'm not big of a fan of reality, but it's the only place to get a decent meal." So,
nice one.
Let's go.
Okay, great. I'll be there. Darren?
I'm also doing something with the National Theatre in about 2 weeks, which is it's more sort of a collaborative thing around with an American theatre company that's coming over. Documentary-wise, I'm working on a project at the moment about stowaways, specifically plane stowaways, and that's with a broadcaster in the UK, and lots of different things really. You know, it's like I need in a way like it's good that you've asked that because it means like all the list of stuff that I'm like thinking of, like I need to decide what it is that I'm actually going to do properly because there's too much, like too many things like you can. I need to settle on some, but yeah, the stowaway film is something that I'm very much sort of, and weirdly the stowaway film was something I was going to make before I made Invisible / Indefinite. And the reason that I found out about Harmondsworth Detention Centre was because somebody that had come over on a plane in the wheel landing gear, basically, in 2015 over Heathrow, a guy landed on a roof and died, and obviously died, but and somebody else survived that flight, and that person was taken to Hillingdon Hospital, and then was put under the Home Office powers of, and taken to Harmondsworth. And through tracking this person and speaking to the Home Office and the police and the coroner and all this kind of stuff, I found out about Harmondsworth, and through trying to find this person, I actually ended up meeting all these other people, and that's how that film got made. Now that that's done, there's actually a company that is making a traditional sort of TV documentary about stowaways, and we're sort of collaborating to make a VR version of it as well.
All right, brilliant. They all sound fantastic. Well, that's a wrap, as they say. Don't know if they say it in VR or not. But I'd just like to thank everyone for coming along, but also all our contributors. ISO, Damien Smith of ISO, Paul Chapman from the Glasgow School of Art, Jack Cable-White from the BBC, Greg Williamson from Soluis, Christopher Hampson from Scottish Ballet, Toby Kofi from National Theatre, Dennis, Darren and Stay. I've got a wee text in apology from Pierre. But you know, 6 of these individuals here today have all got films in the VR movie house, which Dennis has designed. So if you haven't been, I'd get yourself down there, and it hopefully will bring another level of understanding to the whole experience. Finally, I need to thank the Glasgow Short Film Festival and Matt Lloyd in particular for being willing to go on this immersive journey with me. And also the MeCCSA Practice Network, which is a network that supports practice-based research across universities in the whole of the UK, who put some money towards this event, and my own university, the Immersive University project, for stumping up the cash as well. So, but thank you all of you for coming along, and to the contributors. Cheers.
Nice conversation.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good.
Oh, yeah.